What is up, guys, and welcome to Truth and Transparency. Woo! I'm excited. Woo-wee. First of all, I want to give a special shout out to all the mods. You guys always rock it, and you guys don't ever get enough credit. So give credit where credit's due. All the mods always making it pop in chat, making it comfortable in chat. I actually sent out, or will be sending out, a special token of my love right here. Thanks for your support always, Lana T and T. This is to Nancy S. You guys, this is a rose, but it's a special rose. It is socks. So she can choose to wear them or she could just keep them. But Nancy S., thank you. You're always spreading the love. So love is love. There you go, Nancy. And it says, eat my socks. With that said, you guys are here for Bryan Kohberger. You guys are here for the Idaho4 victims. And I'm going to start off with a bang, bang, boom. So let's get it going on.
With what he's learned. Jordan, what can you tell us?
Well, the highest priority at this point remains tracking down that white Hyundai Elantra that was seen near the crime scene. But amidst thousands of tips law enforcement has received, it's been like tracking down a needle in a nationwide haystack. It's been 6 weeks since the murders of 4 U of I students. Law enforcement with limited answers, though with plenty of leads to go off of.
Investigators continue to work through over 17,000 tips and leads that we've had thus far. The last number that we had were over 250 interviews have been conducted thus far, and that number continues to grow every day.
Despite the sea of potential leads, no substantial updates have been announced in weeks. I asked if there was anything that they could share that might indicate that they're progressing in this case.
It's hard for the people in the public to understand the inner workings and the things that are going on behind the scenes in an investigation like this. Like I said before, 17,000 tips and leads is a massive amount of information to analyze, review, and then get out to the investigators to work on. We are making progress. The case is continuing to move forward, and we've got investigators working on this 24 hours a day.
Despite little information to go off of,
there are a lot of theories out there, and
investigators continue to work through over 17,000 tips and leads that we've had thus far. The last number that we had were over 250 interviews have been conducted thus far, and that number continues to grow every day.
Despite the sea of potential leads, no substantial updates have been announced in weeks.
How many leads were there before the white Elantra? Before they were asking for the public's help with this white Elantra? How many leads before that? Well, I know that answer.
In this case,
it's hard for the people in the public to understand the inner workings and the things that are going on behind the scenes in an investigation like this. Like I said before, 17,000 tips and leads is a massive amount of information to analyze, review, and then get out to the investigators to work on. We are making progress. The case is continuing to move forward.
The behind the scenes, the interviews, was one of those with Brian Koberger? Now, those of you guys that have been following my work, I've been all about paying attention to the discovery requests made by Ann Taylor, marking down when the nuggets are there, when Ann Taylor is specifically on May 4th, the filing for the motion to compel discovery, and she refers to her Exhibit A. Now, what has happened since Exhibit A, there is now, let's see, all the way down to Exhibit M. Every time Ann Taylor has filed a motion to request supplemental discovery, so she has supplemental 1 all the way now to 15. During that time, she has provided in an additional sheet that's attached called, an attachment, an exhibit. And she's been labeling these with letters. That's what you do as the defense. You label with letters, and then the prosecution, the plaintiff would label with numbers. So Ann Taylor is up to, on the 14th supplemental M. It's because with the first request, supplemental 1, there was Exhibit A. 2 had Exhibit B. 3, there was no attachment. So that's why your 4th supplemental was letter C and not A, B, C, D. The 5th was Exhibit D. 6 was E. 7 was F. 8 was G. 9 was H. 10 was I. 11 was J. 12 was K. 13 was letter L. And number 14 here is M. With the 15th request here, that's when she gave me my nuggets that I need. And she started listing number 214, number 281, 282, when she's writing these requests. That means she started at number 1, request number 1, just to help everybody out here. So Defendant's Exhibit K is attached to their 12th supplemental request for discovery. All of those letters, they have always been filed under seal. Okay. Now, within the 15 motions for the supplemental request for discovery, it's like when you come across something, you say, hey, so-and-so has a report and it said that there was a body cam. It wasn't attached. Can you give us the body cam of, this person? Stuff like that. That's like a request. It would be listed, whatever number she's on, but it would be under Exhibit, F for that, just so you guys can understand it while you're following along. Now,
in this case,
it's hard for people in the public to understand the inner workings and the things that are going on behind the scenes in an investigation like this. Like I said before, 17,000 tips and
now, I don't think there's anything hard to understand when it's transparency. Truth and transparency are really easy to understand. When you're transparent, it's easy. If the students that came over the house and found the body, or the surviving roommates would have just called 911 right away at any point in time, as Chief Fry said, they were still working to understand why that never happened. It's never came out as to why it never happened until we hear the PCA and just a little portion of somebody was in a frozen shock state. Again, but the PCA obviously was before, after Chief Fry made those statements as to, we would like to know why 911 wasn't called. Okay. We don't even know that answer. We don't even know who was at the house. You guys remember when I was saying we need t-shirts that say, I don't even know that answer. He's not lying when he says he doesn't know. But then at some point, they seem to have all these answers, but there is no work on how they got to any of these answers. And so here we find ourselves in, it's not hard for the public to understand anything. Why are you treating the public like a bunch of morons? We're not morons. In fact, transparency makes everything understandable. But he continued to talk about behind the scenes. And I think it's just par for the course with this. Yes, there was a ton of shit done behind the scenes, just like Bill Thompson wants to do today. He wants to keep this behind the scenes. He wants to seal off a public, fair trial for Bryan Kohberger, for we the people to be able to see truly what is going on. So I'm going to make sure that that does not happen. And I'm going to make sure that the judge is held accountable to uphold the law. There is no law, case law, that says, hey, the prosecution can just close this off to the public. And in fact, it's the opposite. Let's continue.
Leads is a massive amount of information to analyze, review, and then get out to the investigators to work on. We are making progress. The case is continuing to move forward.
All right, December 7th, very, very interesting day.
Maybe a big break in the case, a grainy image of a speeding car that could be the white Hyundai Elantra police are looking for. A night manager at this gas station in Moscow, Idaho, discovered surveillance video that showed a white sedan driving by on the night the 4 University of Idaho students were murdered. The timestamp says 3:45 a.m., right in the time frame in which police say the killings took place. The video has been handed over to police. It shows the car traveling on this road outside the gas.
Now, I need everybody to write this down, put this in the back pocket, do whatever you got to do. This is very, very important. As you guys know, I've been working another case in Idaho. You're going to start hearing this woman talk about that we are confused as to why none of the videos, the business cameras on Main Street, Route 8, okay, why these videos were not obtained by law enforcement. That's called neighborhood canvassing. You go out and do neighborhood canvassing to go and get cameras, as well as possibly interview people. But the big thing nowadays is we live in 2024. Back then it was 2022. Still, modern technology is a wonderful thing if you use it properly. But if you abuse it, then, I mean, it's like anything. So please listen to the next couple minutes here.
Station. It's just 1.2 miles from the house where the students were murdered.
Who's out?
I would also get an email that would come months later from none other than Steve Gonsalves telling me that he had video of Bryan Kohberger leaving up out of Troy, the road Troy. And told me that it was not Linda Lane.
Idaho students were murdered. The timestamp says 3:45 a.m., right in the time frame in which police say the killings took place. The video has been handed over to police. It shows the car traveling on this road outside the gas station. It's just 1.2 miles from the house where the students were murdered.
Who's out at 3:45 a.m. speeding? And this is significant, Harris, very significant. In a town of less than 50,000 people, less than 30,000 people, the driver has not come forward. Why?
Inside Edition spoke with News Nation's Brian Enton in Idaho.
The exact direction we don't know. We know that it was on Highway 8, right in front of the gas station.
Now, Nancy Grace says something right there. She says the driver has not come forward. And I have to ask Nancy Grace one question, which is, Nancy, how do you know that? How do you know that the driver or people that were in the car did not come forward. Who told you that? And the answer to that is, I don't even need her. The answer to that is nobody. Nobody has ever said to us, the driver didn't come forward. Nobody ever said to us that anybody that was in that vehicle never came forward. Okay. Mainstream media gets it wrong and gets it wrong often, but we have short-term memory. The internet forgets. You guys will still go and continue to watch what they have to say. We all watch for different reasons. Okay. Everybody in this business of reporting and investigating, they have what you call as sources. Okay. Some sources are shit. Some sources are paid. Some sources are amazing. Okay. But that's the reality of it. So who are your sources? Your sources matter. Okay. Now, I have the ability, as anybody that is in journalism, or whatever you want to call it, for lack of better words, you want to say I'm a blogger. I don't give a fuck what you want to call me. I can choose not to reveal my sources. And I could say, you can just believe me. Or I can come with receipts and just not say where I got them from. But here, Nancy makes what you would call a statement. Okay. A statement that this person never came forward. A statement that maybe people that were in the car, she's just stating something. She doesn't know that to be fact. They're not going to come out, the police. Okay. Just like I was the one that told you Dylan's bedroom was on where? The second floor, way before the PCA came out. You need to go watch that episode if you haven't. We pointed out Dylan's room was on the second floor. Remember that? Trust me, I got a lot of shit for that. Oh, but contraire, then people came out and said, well, Lana's been telling us this for a long, long time. So here it is, Nancy. Who's your source that said that that person in that vehicle actually never came forward? And the answer to that is she doesn't have a source. Or if she does have a source, is it a credible source? Is she just simply going off of the police, never stating that? Okay. Now, this is where it gets good.
And turned onto a side road. It appeared the car was headed out of town, and reportedly the assistant manager at the gas station said it was going quite fast.
The night manager says she was acting on a hunch and went through hours of surveillance video from that night. Turns out her hunch was right.
Perfect. Awesome. Right there. The night manager of this mobile Exxon, whatever you want to call it, Quickie Mart, she was going on a hunch. That means nobody came, no police came to her and said, hey, we see that you have cameras. We're going to go ahead and we're going to try to preserve these cameras from the night of no. You know what? Can we just get the whole weekend? Maybe these are people from out of town and they came in, they got gas the day before. So can we go ahead and get November 11th through November 13th at, 3:00 in the afternoon? That's what you call a neighborhood canvas. That's what a lead investigator detective sits down and says, okay, this is what you're in charge of. This is what you're in charge of. And this is what you're in charge of. Okay. We're going to go and preserve these cameras. Okay. Now I'm going to play a little bit more, but the big part right there is to say that, wait a second. Nobody came, no police officer said, hey, here's my thumb drive or here's a hard drive. We need to get this DVR and we need to download everything that you have for this 48 hours. Okay. Lana, that sounds so familiar. Do you have a case right now that you've talked about that this has happened in? Well, yes, I do. And it's in Idaho. And holy shit, it's the same fucking detective. You're shitting me, Lana. No. Oh my God, if you go back and you look, when Moscow and all these Idaho State Police are putting all their, hey, if you see anything, know anything, send your tapes to, email address, boom. Who is that? Well, that's Leslie Lehman. Well, who's Leslie Lehman, Lana? She's a detective with the Idaho State Police that was working the 2020 murder of Brian Drake. No. Well, yeah. Wait, didn't you find something out in that case? Well, yeah. I found that she buried all these cameras, and that she didn't go and preserve cameras that were vital. You did? Yeah. I have all the police reports to prove it. Shut up, Lana. That's the same detective? Yeah, that we were supposed to send our cameras to. You know, if we had something, we were supposed to send our Ring cameras or our business cameras. Wait, to who? Yeah, Leslie Lehman with the Idaho State Police. Shut the fuck up. Wait, so I can prove that in a 2020 case, because she just became a detective in 2018, in a 2020 case, she literally wrote up a report and said that she went to, let's just read it. I and Detective Ulrich go to Quickie Mart on Main Street in Bonners Ferry. Shut up, Lana. To neighborhood canvas and preserve, what is this? Oh, here it is. Detective Alderson and I met Kelly Dwayne Jones at the Liberty Mart located at 6856 Main Street, Bonners Ferry, Idaho at 12:24 hours. Liberty Mart owner Bibik Sunar was also at the premises assisting with the video surveillance. This is what day, Lana? Well, the murder was on March 12th, and this was on March 17th. Okay. What else did she have to say? She said, oh, that Jones serves as the technical provider for the video surveillance equipment at the Liberty Mart in several locations throughout Bonners Ferry. The meeting with Jones was very brief, as the video surveillance footage for the Liberty Mart from the evening hours of March 12, 2020 was already looping over and erasing the footage needed to be preserved. Follow-up with Jones was handled by ISP Trooper Andy Huddle. This interview was audio recorded. Well, Lana, how do you have the footage from the evening of March 12th, 2020? From that location, Liberty Camera, don't you have the two cameras, camera 5 and camera 7? Yeah, I do. Well, how do you have that? Because it wasn't looped over. What? No, it wasn't looped over. And in fact, Leslie Lehman, I guess, didn't realize that this Jones guy was approached on the night of the murder or early morning hours and asked for it to be preserved by another officer. Oops, Leslie. Oops. Let's continue.
Now questions are being raised about why a month after the murders, that gas station video and others from businesses along Route 8 had not been already examined by police. There are several...
Excuse me? Wait a second. I think this is what the Gonsalveses were flipping out about. Why wasn't stuff being preserved? Well, because if you preserve stuff, then you can tell really what happened, and we just can't have that. Lana, say that again? Sure, no problem. Here you go. With the missing front license plate that is traveling away from the house at the fast rate of speed would be leaving prior to the homicides, according to all of this, right? Homicides at the public, we're told, happened between 3 and 4 a.m., right? Right. Okay. So the probable cause is that the suspect car 1 was seen at 3:26 a.m. in the 700 block of Indian Hills. And then at 3:28 is seen crossing over there at Snyder. At 3:29 a.m. to 4:02, that's when in the PCA, this car is making these 3 passes by, with the 4th one happening at 4:04 a.m. Okay? Okay.
Idaho students were murdered. The timestamp says 3:45 a.m., right in the time frame in which police say the killings took place. The video has been handed over to police. It shows the car traveling on this road outside the gas station. It's just 1.2 miles from the house where the students were murdered.
Who's out at 3:45 a.m. speeding? And this is...
And now, Lana, you did another video, right? Where you were like, hey, let's go down White Ave. Let's go down White Ave. And let's actually go to those apartments where they were making phone calls the next morning, because I got it from the call log. Do you guys remember that? I got it from the call log. And I wanted to go and see, they needed to have what they were referring to as a wellness check. And I wanted to see who lived over there, who lived at these White Ave apartments. Do you guys know how many white Honda Elantras I found? I'm going to show you guys the video I did. Physically there in the parking lot, going around all of these parked cars where this car was headed. Do you guys know that there is law enforcement that live back there? I'm just saying. Whoop, daddy.
Significant, Harris. Very significant. In a town of less than 50,000 people, less than 30,000 people, the driver has not come forward. Why?
Inside Edition spoke with News Nation's Brian Enton in Idaho.
The exact direction we don't know. We know that it was on Highway 8, right in front of the gas station, and turned onto a side road. It appeared the car was headed out of town, and reportedly the assistant manager at the gas station said it was going quite fast.
The night manager says she was acting on a hunch and went through hours of surveillance video from that night. Turns out her hunch was right. Now questions are being raised about why a month after the murders, that gas station video and others from businesses along Route 8 had not been already examined by police.
These, what you would call canvassing jobs, were not done. Okay? So these people, this person, it is alleged, I mean, if you want to believe the media here, this woman who has never been interviewed, mind you, she said that she was the nighttime manager. No one came to her, but she just had a hunch. So she just started going through her cameras. Okay. Lo and behold, she finds this video and turns it over to the media because the media went there. Brian Enton and these people went there again a month later. And she's like, nobody came to obtain this. Nobody came to preserve anything. You guys know what the word preserve is, right? You don't know what you're going to need, especially there. You have no idea what time the crime happened because nobody called 911. People are arming themselves with either knives or nines, okay, which we're going to get into as we go. But I'm roping this all in because we're going to be talking about some huge discovery bombshells. We're going to be talking about the crime scene, but I need to bring everybody back here to show you how I'm roping it in with the shoddy police work by the same detectives that worked the Brian Drake murder from ISP. And I have a huge problem with this. Okay. It's the same thing that Alan Jackson is doing right now in cross-examination. He is going to shred. I mean, excuse my language, but all of these police officers are going to be walking out of that courtroom. Okay. Crooked. That's my nice way of saying it. Alan Jackson single-handedly got everybody that is the state's witness to, and so did Yannetti, give him props too. He did a great job on the opening. Got them to say that their reports are completely false. That there's just like, yeah, no, that's not right. Yep, no, that's not right. That's not even the right address. Oh yeah, that guy got there before I did. Oh, then we're looking at the dash cam, and do you see that one? Do you see that there's a woman right there? Because you said there's only 3 women, and that one of them is walking up and into the house. Was this a crime scene? Were you not preserving it? Did you guys see this happen? And that's when I did a whole Excel spreadsheet on that. But the point is, we need to be watching the Karen Reed case if you want to see at all what's going to happen in the Idaho4 case. Now, I have a huge problem. And this is a video that I made a long time ago. And I said, what in the actual F? This neighborhood canvassing, if I were these parents, I'd be super pissed, right? I'd be so pissed. What do you mean? This is 101. Go out, you neighborhood canvass. Oh, they have a camera. Oh, they have a camera. We need that. We need that. You had 120 motherfuckers on this case. What the fuck did y'all do? And you have some rinky-dink 5'2" motherfucker who has been on the force for what, 2 years? He's a little patrolman. He's leading this investigation. Why? Who made that call? Who would ever make that call? And so you wonder why the parents are preserving the right to sue the shit out of them. Well, I would move forward with it because these next hearings that are coming up are important for what you need to sue for. So you don't have to believe me. Okay. Listen to your attorney. You preserve the right to what? You only have so much time. I know but this is for the families. All right. Do what you need to do and go after the right people and be upset at the right people. Okay. It's so important. The people that you need to be angry with and upset with. All right. I don't want this to become the Idaho4. If Brian Colbert is guilty, I believe it's going to come out. But if he is not guilty because he was set up by the fucking cops or the fucking kids or the frats or who the fuck ever, or if it's just simple technology that's fucked because it's not perfect, right? But if it's somebody that's out there putting 10 on top of 2, as my better half likes to say, you cannot go and fudge your evidence. That's what happened with O.J. Simpson. They were trying to make it a better case. So we're going to go and fuck with it. You bring Mark Furman in. We can't have any of that. Okay. We can't have any Mark Furmans in this case because 4 people were murdered and we need to make sure that we get the right people. But we won't get the right people or the right person if the police are doing all of this fuckerage. And whether you want to say it's the FBI, whether you want to say it's the locals, whether you want to say, I can tell you this. I know that Idaho State Police fucked up a murder in 2020 doing the same thing. And when I say fucked up, I will be happy to use the word covered up. They had material knowing that 19-year-old and a 17-year-old lied to them. There was cameras that were go and get the camera that exists at the grocery store. Leslie Lehman didn't go and do it. Or if she did, she buried it. Where's the coffee shop camera? She buried it. They had it. I have a witness. I have multiple witnesses that worked at that place, that managed the coffee shop, which is right next door to the shooting. I have somebody that was actually in the building of the coffee shop when the shooting actually happened. And I said, wait, what time do you guys leave? Because that shooting wasn't supposed to happen until 7:26. Well, it didn't happen at 7:26. It happened way before. But that really ruins their narrative on who killed Brian Drake if it doesn't happen at 7:26. Just like it would ruin their narrative here if the killing didn't happen at between 4:04 and 4:17. They're married to that timeline. Now,
There are several.
What date and time did the night manager turn over this footage to the police? Because the police didn't come to her. She did this on a hunch after the December 7th, 2022. Be on the lookout. But wait, what? Then someone takes a picture with their phone, my guest manager, and gives to news who is reporting on December 14th. But the police don't mention this at all in the PCA. It's interesting, right? It's because it fucks their narrative up royally. That video, everything that night manager, all that shit.
It's just 1.2 miles from the house where the students were murdered.
So then what I went ahead and did is I said, okay, once I got the PCA, we were able to pinpoint, they said certain times, okay? But then once Ann Taylor filed a motion, I was able to pinpoint a couple more times, like these times that this vehicle was going through. And then Linda Lane was used, okay? And I said, well, wait a second. Let's think about this. If Linda Lane has these spottings of this vehicle that has the headlights on that's circling around, we're going to put, what's up there, Diego? What's up, baby? Nothing but love back to you. So Linda Lane gives us timestamps. And so you're going to put these timestamps in with this video to see if this is actually the car or not. Okay. And if we can prove that it's not the car because it's seen on a camera over here and it's physically impossible then to be on a camera over there, that's what I was trying to do. That's what I've been trying to do, is to show that, because Jay said how the cops came to determine that it was a white Honda Elantra that they saw on a video camera, because you can see that it's a white car, but to go out and say that it's this or that it's that, where are the cops coming with that from? Okay. That was put out in motions. So where does this fit into it? Well, I said, I want to know where this car was going, because they think it was up and leaving out of town. I think it was headed to White Ave. What's over there on White Ave? Well, I'm going to show you guys.
Out at 3:45 a.m. speeding. And this is significant, Harris, very significant. In a town of less than 50,000 people, less than 30,000 people, the driver has not come forward. Why?
Inside Edition spoke with News Nation's Brian Enton in Idaho.
The exact direction we don't know. We know that it was on Highway 8, right in front of the gas station, and turned onto a side road. It appeared the car was headed out of town, and reportedly the assistant manager at the gas station said it was going quite fast.
The night manager says she was acting on a hunch and went through hours of surveillance video from that night. Turns out her hunch was right. Now questions are being raised about why a month after the murders, that gas station video and others from businesses along Route 8 had not been already examined by police.
Boom, perfect. Now, they're over here wondering why it wasn't examined. And I'm over here to tell you guys something else. What if they were obtained? Okay, because what I realized in doing what I did in Bonners Ferry is that there are technical people. So somebody that runs the cameras of 5 different places downtown, okay, he can actually just go and look at his shit from his home. Like he can look at these cameras whenever, wherever, right? I don't know how Moscow operates. I don't know if they work like that. If they have their own tech people that these businesses, like if I owned a bar. I don't know anything about cameras. Why would I install my own cameras? I want somebody that's a tech person, because they're going to say, hey, you want to do this? This is the stuff that you want. You want to be able to zoom in. You want night vision. What do you want? Do you plan, like, what do you need it for? Okay. So you think I'm going to know that? Hell no, I'm not going to know that. I went out and, hey, I need someone to come in. I want to install cameras. And it's more so for the safety. You know, they're like, oh, do you want a camera right there to see, you know, if people are stealing your money? I'm like, no, I have reports. Like I can add. I'll know when my shit's off. My receipts are, you know, not, it's more so I want entry. I want exit points. I want the parking lot. And I want people going in and out of the bathroom, not in the bathroom, but I want right there to see who is entering and exiting bathrooms. Again, everything that I did was for safety purposes. And then I want something in my kitchen, in the back door, for my people that are dropping off and coming with goods such as beer, kegs, food, shit like that. Because your biggest stealing truly happens from the back of the house. Yeah, families need to feed theirs. You know, here, let me just, all my steaks go out the back door. Oh, those were bad, man. We got a bad batch. Anyways, so moral of the story is that I didn't do any of this. I had somebody do it. So I want to know if the businesses operate very similar, because Idaho seems to operate in very similar manners, is that did Moscow have their own little techie people that helped them run just like Bonners Ferry did? Like here, this guy, he runs for this Bushnell guy. He runs those cameras over there on that side of town. He's an IT guy. And then this guy, he does these ones over here. He's, you know, an IT guy at the casino that's down there. Meaning that you would just want to go straight to that person. I don't need to go to the night manager, the day manager. I don't even need to go to that store. I'm going to go to the guy that's running all the hardware. You guys catching where I'm going yet? Hey, who's the guy that's in charge of the cameras over there? What's that tech guy? Okay, call him up. Tell them that, you know, we want to look at X, Y, and Z. So these people are over there like, we were not contacted. Well, you weren't contacted because they went and they did it through an IT guy that actually has your hard drive. Just like Leslie Lehman did when she contacted none other than this guy, Dwayne Kelly Jones, who Jones served as the technical provider for the video surveillance equipment at the Liberty Mart and several locations throughout Bonners Ferry on that main strip. The meeting with Jones was brief because they met at the actual convenience store. And then listen to what she writes and how she's able to write this. Well, the meeting was brief at the video as the video surveillance footage for the Liberty Mart from the evening hours of March 12th during the murder, they were already looping over and erasing the footage needed to be preserved. And then this would come out to be 100% false because I have the footage. And wait, and who did this report land on? Well, Leslie Lehman did. And why is she important? Because Leslie Lehman is the person that was collecting all of the fucking Idaho4 footage. You got to be shitting me. Yeah. Well, how do you know that? Well, because they put it out to all of us. Go out there and check Leslie Lehman at ISP dot whatever it is, gov, whatever they're. I posted a different video. This is who you were supposed to get in contact with and to send your shit to. Your rings, your video surveillance, anything that you had. And you know what else they asked for, guys? They wanted stuff that even if there was nothing there, we wanted that video. Even if there was nothing on it, we wanted the times. Because that's how they were excluding ways out of Moscow that night. Ring cameras don't catch everything, guys. Anyways, now, White Ave, here we go. Here's another video for you. It's my White Ave video.
No one that we're not going to talk to. There's no one we're not going to interview. There's no one that we're not going to look into. And we're going to do our due diligence. We're going to make sure that nothing goes undone.
I know you said when the call came in, it was for an unconscious person, and also that was a stabbing. It seems, just from an outside perspective looking in, like that would be not the first thing a person calling in would think.
You're right. But the report that we got was that it was an unconscious individual. It wasn't until our officers arrived on scene, went in to do caregiving check on the individual who was unconscious that we found the scene that we found.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Do you know what they label drug overdoses? Do you guys know what they label like an unresponsive person? An unresponsive person could be somebody that OD'd on drugs, just so you guys know. Okay. An unresponsive person, an unconscious person. Okay. That's unresponsive. I mean, you're. So now the crime scene. Somebody decided to tell an ex-FBI person that the scene was heavily compromised. I don't know who that person is. I don't know who their source was. But when you actually go back and you try to piece everything together, I believe that that's credible information. I believe the things that he was saying right before the house was demolished in terms of these weren't These were laymen. These were citizens. They weren't thinking about preserving a crime scene. Okay. They weren't thinking about preserving a crime scene. What does that even mean? Right? When you think about that, they weren't thinking about preserving a crime scene. That tells me that the crime scene is heavily contaminated in some capacity, right? And that's what he thinks because he's saying that. They weren't thinking about that. Well, my question would have been like, you said that they armed themselves. Why wouldn't they just call 911? What do you mean they armed themselves and went around looking? Remember what I've told you guys, I've always wanted to know is wait till you get the camera. Wait till we get the camera, the ring footage of anything that would be around that area, right? Fuck even Linda Lane. Let's get the footage of in the morning when people started to come over there or when people started to walk out of that house, right? Because there should be tons of screaming, like frantically screaming, people running out of that house screaming at what they encountered, right? Now, they didn't call 911 right away, even after finding a body or multiple bodies. They had their friends come over, right? And their friends come over, but they came over like they were armed to come over, or they armed themselves once they came inside. And they're either arming themselves. How do you arm yourself? You arm yourself with a knife. You arm yourself with a gun. Okay. But yet they do all of this shit. Think about it. Before anybody's like, let's call the police. Especially if you're, we got to get our story straight maybe, or however the media wants to spin it. When I say the media, however the police want to spin it, that's actually more accurate. But something that's really important that guy said was about arming yourself. That these kids armed themselves. And that they, moving sheets. What are you talking about? You don't think that that's going to be really important for when Ann Taylor wants to talk about how her and Jay did a motion for protective order, right? And the response was, first of all, they didn't want a protective order. But more importantly, it was Jay saying that there was a placed sheath. There's a placed sheath. Well, now that makes a little bit more sense now to me why you're using the word placed sheath when you have this ex-FBI guy talking about they armed themselves. And then what would you do after you armed yourselves? Think about this. If the police are coming there, wouldn't the police think like, holy shit, you're the perpetrator? Put the gun down, put the knife down. Oh, no, I'm the one that called 911. Think about the body cams on these first responders. Let's listen to what Payne says again here. This is why he has to be so, listen to all of this now.
I know you said when the call came in, it was for an unconscious person, and also that was a stabbing. It seems, just from an outside perspective looking in, like that would be not the first thing a person calling in would think.
You're right. But the report that we got was that it was an unconscious individual. It wasn't until our officers...
The report that we got. Now, this is the report coming from the 911 call. The 911 call that they refused to put out because Payne said that it would jeopardize the integrity. Sorry, Bella's hand washing all of our clothes. I'm just kidding. Sorry, I just had to say that. The initial report is your 911 call. You call 911, 911, what's your emergency? Then you have your dispatch, okay, that's typing stuff up, what you were saying, dispatching people, things like that. 911, what's your emergency? Oh my God. I can't even, here, passes it off. Blah, 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 blah. Like they're passing off this phone, right? Because they could even be like, who the 911 caller was, whose phone it was. It would jeopardize the integrity of the case. And I thought to myself, and I think I say it in this video, is how the fuck, just think about it. How does saying who called 911 jeopardize the integrity of the case? How would putting out the 911 call jeopardize the integrity of the case? Now, that's if you want me to believe what Payne's saying here, okay? But the initial report is an unconscious person, okay? So, but think about this. There's only 2 people that are alive in that house, okay? Because we know the facts right now. We know that there are 4 dead people and 2 people that are alive, right? So the initial call that it was an unresponsive person, no. Bethany or Dylan, because other people are dead, had to call somebody or text somebody to say, you need to come over here, right? You need to come over here. You need to come over here. So nobody was in a frozen stock state right then, okay? Why did you ask for Hunter to come over here? Why did you ask for Ethan's brother and sister to come over here? Okay, there is a reason that that vehicle was included in the crime scene, right? That vehicle that came there. Okay, well, I would think that they went ahead and looked at some surveillance cameras and they didn't know what time anybody was dead yet and realized that that car came over at X amount of time, right? And it would have been way before the 911 call went out. So then you're like, well, we have to include it. These are the reasons, right? It wasn't like you could look at the Ring camera, or if they even have camera, and say, oh, wow, 911 was called at 11:56. That car arrives at 11:52. Okay. Okay. So, Hunter's there, we know, and then Ethan's brother and sister. Okay. And then Payne says, we don't even know who was there. We don't know who was there. I don't even know that answer. Still to this day. Okay. Now just think about this. What are you telling people who could be possibly unconscious at that point? Okay. That nobody was unconscious. Bethany nor Dylan call, like one of them had to call or text to start getting the people to come over to the house, right? Then they armed themselves because they thought that the killer was still in the house, or killers. Normally when people, wouldn't you like run the fuck out of there? Okay, now think about this. If all of this is true, you also have to think, I'm trying to call their phone, so their phones should be being blown up either with Bethany, with Dylan, with Hunter, with the other Hunter who's the Maisie girl, all of this, right? If you're truly doing, I mean, we're all about our phones. I'm going to be calling, okay? You're going to sit here and tell me that nobody went up. They armed themselves. Listen to what I'm saying. They armed themselves. What did they arm themselves with? Did people come over there with a K-bar knife that had a sheath on it that they took out and, you know, they're going into a room and they lean over to see if someone's still alive to check their pulse? I'm just saying, did they come there with knives? Did they come there with guns? Then think about this now. Ready? You guys are going to just start processing this in your head. They're going all over. They didn't call 911 yet. We're going to have the timestamps of what time, unless they buried this information. Okay. Because if they have all this, everybody's so interested in Linda Lane from 12 to 5. I'm interested in Linda Lane from 9 a.m. to noon. That's what I want to see. 9 a.m. to noon. I want to see the Ring cameras in the area of right there, those houses from 9 a.m. to noon. So, and they would be important if the PCA says that Brian Kober went the fuck back there, right? He was there. Well, then you should have that to back that up. You don't. And if you did, you'd be providing that. Now, think about this. My mods call me over. Oh my God, Lana, you got to get over here. We don't know what to do. Because we're in college and we're just dumb, I guess. Did you call 911? What do you mean? No, we didn't call 911 yet. Oh my God, because there's all this. I know everybody wants to go with the drug thing. We don't know what to do. We also were told not to call 911 because we're all, what do you call it? In the sorority, we're Greek life, If I tell you, oh my God, I think people are dead. I don't know if the person's still in here. I'm still in my room. I'm refusing to go out. I went to the bathroom. I saw there was blood all over the place. I came right back to my room. Just think about this. Now, let me ask you a question. Are you going to wait to arm yourself until you get to the house? I'll just grab something while I'm there. Or are you going to come there with shit? I don't know if the killer's still in here. I don't know if the killer's still here. I don't know if the killer's still here. Well, I'm not going to go to a fight, right? Like, I'm going to be prepared. So my question is, did anybody bring anything there? Number one. Then number two, if you didn't bring anything there, at least when you got there, you started arming yourself, right? So now we have people grabbing knives. Did any of the kids have guns? Hey, go and grab golf clubs. Grab something that's a weapon. Then you get the police over in there, okay? And Payne, he says it himself. Fry says himself, we don't know who was there. We haven't identified everybody that was there. We don't know who was there. I don't think he's lying when he says that. They don't know. Now you have a crime scene full of fucking weapons. You have people with knives and their hands are, if it was all blood, you're going to have blood on your, the bottom of your shoes. People have grabbed knives in the house. People maybe brought guns over there. So much so that the Chapins have said it. They haven't released our golf clubs. We got nice sets of golf clubs. Why do you fucking think they didn't release their golf clubs? Because as a golfer, I kept my golf clubs in my trunk of my car. Okay. When I had my Jeep, it was the stupidest thing to do because my shit was stolen while I was having lunch. They have a nice vehicle of ours. They have our golf clubs. But it wasn't just the golf clubs that would have been in that house, you guys. It's the golf clubs that would have been in the back of the Explorer. I'm not going into a house or anywhere if I could arm myself with a bat but I'm not going to lie to you. Why wouldn't I be calling 911? Why wouldn't I be calling 911? Okay. Now, where did this ex-FBI agent, just like Jennifer Coffendorfer. Where did he possibly get this information from? He was prepped before he went on a big old, like, that was Law and Crime's big to do right before the house was demolished. Okay. This guy was prepped. This guy wasn't talking out of his ass. It seemed like he didn't know what he was talking about, but then when you break it on down, he does know what he's talking about. But who do you think an ex-FBI agent, who do you think is going to be their source? Okay. And then things just slip because you don't know what you can say, what you can't say. That guy's clearly not gagged. You know what I mean?
Arrived on scene, went in to do caregiving check on the individual who was unconscious that we
went in to give caregiving check on the individual that was inside, not outside. So you guys can either think that, once again, Fry here on call is perfectly placing that this caregiving was done inside, not outside. Okay. So listen to what he explains. Now we know that what he said, they've lied before. They can lie and they will lie.
Conscious that we found the scene that we found.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Heather Roberts with ABC News. Just to follow up on what she asked, so the other two roommates were there at the time of the attack?
All the information that we have from our investigation is that yes, they were.
Okay, but they were unharmed.
That's an amazing answer right there.
Focusing just on them, we're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
So since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
And then
No, it was not.
they didn't call it into police.
and
so
then
were
did
they injured?
they didn't call it into police? So were they injured?
No one that we're not going to talk to. There's no one we're not going to interview. There's no one that we're not going to look into. And we're going to do our due diligence. We're going to make sure that nothing goes undone.
I know you said when the call came in, it was for an unconscious person, and also that was a stabbing. It seems, just from an outside perspective looking in, like that would be not the first thing a person calling in would think.
You're right. But the report that we got was that it was an unconscious individual. It wasn't until our officers arrived on scene, went in to do...
What she just asked there was an amazing question. Give her props for this. You're not going to call 911 and say there's an unconscious person if it's the scene that they had. Okay? So the question now comes into play. Were they truly even going to be calling 911? Or did something happen that actually made them call 911 because that person right there, whoever this person was, whether it was Bethany, Dylan, or somebody that was brought there, okay, passes out. And they're like, oh my God. And then they panicked and then called 911 due to that motherfucking person. Oh my God, we have to call, they can't resuscitate them. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Was 911 truly called because of the scene? Or was 911 truly called because, oh my God, they needed life-saving measures on that person? It wasn't until the call was made from inside the house. Again, that's if you want to believe that. Now the question would be like, well, why do you guys have these knives out? What the hell are you doing? Well, we were called over because of this. And then you have to ask yourselves, is that truly true? You have to get to the bottom of all of this stuff that these people would be saying to you. You wouldn't, you know what I mean? You would be taking these people, okay, and separating them and making sure that nobody left, right? So for this man to say, we have no idea who was there. I know, I think about that every day. Now, let's talk about touch DNA. If you don't have cell data that Brian's put somewhere else, then your case is going to truly rely on shoddy police work and touch DNA, if the touch DNA isn't already thrown out, okay? But these kids have a lot of explaining to do because they weren't in a shock state anymore, okay? You're going to have professionals talking about that, okay? That's their narrative. I know what a narrative is. I've seen it in the Brian Drake case. They're rolling with what Jennifer Drake said. Well, that's funny that you're rolling with what she said. She's involved in the homicide. She knows things about the scene that only the killer would know because it was a staged scene. How does Jennifer Drake know that? The window was shut out. Was she there? So let's get to the fucking nuts here. Let's get to this discovery. Now, here it is. White Ave. Okay. I pointed out to you guys that this is not in sequential order. It's wrong. 1133. It has 9901. Okay. It's not in order. This is our narcotics canine search that they said it was a quiet morning that morning. It was not. This is also not in the right sequential order. Okay. And I point this all out. All right. And then I point out to that it's over by where those kids worked. House is over there. Then I pointed this out.
But he was very.
And then hold on, last video, so I can get to my
give some sense of
if
very happy, very friendly. You know, they always were just such a smile on their face. Just like pretty much you would say they're the light of the world, pretty much. You know, always happy, go lucky. They always came.
Moscow police officers responded and found 2 victims.
when I really broke this down in my head, how could someone use someone else's phone to call 911? Everyone has their phones on password protect. If a roommate was able to call friends over, why wasn't that roommate then able to just call 911, even if it was after, talking to your friends to do whatever it is that you needed to do before you called? Why wouldn't the friend or friends that were summoned over use their own phone to call 911? What was the original plan that clearly went, I believe, AWOL? And did any of the roommates speak on the 911 call? So from all of this, I began to start a new little slew thing on who was called that could potentially be somebody that cannot be the person, is there, or that this person does not want it out there that they were there. They don't want to have to explain it. It's not important. How can we just, hey, this, I'm here, but listen, I can't be the one to call. I can't be the one to do any of this because it's going to lead to other questions. It's going to lead to other questions. And that's the only thing that made sense to me, is that so we need to have a plan. And I think that investigators were lied to. I think that people took the rap for maybe being there that weren't there, but like I said, you have people that are on this 911 call. So how many voices are on it, and did they go ahead and establish that, okay, this person is this voice, this person is this voice? But just because the voice, how do I want to say all this? To me, this was problematic. This was problematic to somebody that does not want their name out there, because it's going to lead to other things. For example, if Tom Smith is 50 years old and he has no ties to any of these people in terms of publicly out there, like why would this person call me? And why would I be there? But if I can get away with saying that you called me because I was offering you a job, or you had called, like, we can get away with why you had called me, and that you called me before you went upstairs because you were supposed to come, we can explain a phone call, okay? We can't explain that you called me because you found your roommates dead and I was your first phone call. Now that we can't explain, or we don't want to explain, because it's going to lead down a path of drugs, rock and roll, sex. It basically leads to a road of, why was this your first phone call? Why would you call this person who you don't know, or we don't think that you know? Why would you call this person? And if it was as simple as calling one of these neighbors who's always over all the time, that's explainable, okay? That's explainable. But what's not explainable is explaining how you called somebody who is not somebody that you're ever publicly with, hang out with in any capacity like that. Why that would be your first phone call after seeing your roommates' dead bodies. Also, I believe that, so during this investigation part right here, I said, okay, whoever called to have people over there, because it's not like the call when they said that it originated inside the residence, that means that the people or a person was inside that residence, right? The call originated what? Then you came outside. Oh, because that's the story you're going to give, right? And then somebody just picks up the phone because it was, I just picked it up and I didn't realize who they were talking to. And so I started talking to 911. Well, that doesn't make any sense, because you had the wherewithal to be fine and to make all the other phone calls first. And then now all of a sudden you're passing out, because I believe that they were going to sell the fact that I did not see the bodies yet. I had called them just to come over and hang out, because we hang out all the time anyway. So I had already called them. I called them first to come and hang out. I hadn't seen the bodies yet. That's why I was able to call them and everything was fine. That's what they're going to sell. Okay. But then they couldn't sell that. You want to know why? Because why would you be armed? Why would you be armed? Any normal person, when you would see something like that, would scream, go running out of the house. They thought the killers were still there. They armed themselves, so much so that they contaminated the scene, because now you have all of these people with either prints all over knives, prints all over guns, with prints all over clubs. But this goes back to, why didn't they call 911? What the fuck are you doing? And we know that they have no problem lying to the cops. I have all the body cams to show it. These kids lie. Oh, I've showed you guys. So Does anybody truly know what Ann Taylor is truly going after? We're going to bring in Hector the projector here. And these are all videos I'm showing you guys from over a year ago. And I have a discovery folder, okay, that I've kept. And this discovery folder has been added to heavily. But the main thing that we're going to talk about right here is Ann Taylor's 15th request. Okay. But I want to remind everybody about something before we go there. So I'm going to bring in Hector. This is what Bill Thompson wants sealed. Why do you think he wants it sealed? Okay. So I'm going to bring in Hector. Take a look. The motion for a protective order was asked for by the state, okay? This is back and filed in June of 2023, all right? Now, this is the defendant's request for disclosure or discovery. This is the first one ever done on January 10th, all right? Now, defendant's first supplemental request done February 8th. I want you guys to see that this is associated with Exhibit A. Okay, specific Exhibit A written out requests. So this is going to be requests that are 1 through whatever. All right. What I think is interesting is that Ann Taylor, in her recent docs that were dropped, said this is the defendant's 4th motion to compel. Okay, take a look. And this was filed here March 12th, 2024. And this is where I told you guys, take a look at what she's looking at. This is what she wants. This is from November 8th, item 214. Okay. Defendant's 11th supplemental request for discovery filed with the courts on January 22nd, 219. And she's listing all these, okay? Each of these items are outlined in the 4th motion to compel Exhibit A filed under seal. Now, right here. Each of these items are outlined in the 4th motion to compel Exhibit A filed under seal, because then this is what happens. Okay, Exhibit A. So I said to myself, wait a second. Exhibit A is from the beginning, because we're all the way to A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. We're to M, I believe. And then I said, wait a second, Dope, for your motion to compel, do you restart at A? Or are you just showing A again and highlighting what was there that you didn't get? So then I said, okay, well, let's take a look. And where are we at? Here we go. Now, this is defendant's 4th motion to compel discovery. Okay. And do you see here where it says, comes now, Brian C. Kohlberger, by and through his attorney, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, and pursuant to Idaho Criminal Rule 16F, hereby moves the court to order the state to comply with defendant's 10th and 11th supplemental requests for discovery filed herein on November 8th, 2023 and January 22nd, 2024. Okay. So the 4th motion to compel is from stuff from the supplemental discovery of 10 and 11. So what do? I go and get them. But before I get them, I want to show you best live ever. You know it. I wanted to go and grab the state's response to defendant's 14th supplemental request for discovery. Because what they provided us in this is their answer, okay? And I'm going to get to that question that somebody asked. Hey, Lana, can you tell us about what's going on? It's really kind of confusing. This is where I'm getting at to break this down. In this state's response to defendant's 14th supplemental request for discovery, the state's like, we have provided Ann with all this shit. You know, the state's response to discovery filed on January, boom. State's response to defendant's first supplemental request filed this date, you know. And so it's listing that we've turned over discovery on all of these days. Okay. All right. And then we get to right here. State response to defendant's 7th filed on this day. State response to defendant's 8th and 9th on this day. State response to defendant's 10th supplemental request for discovery filed on this day. This then is where I was able to then take what Ann had written up, and she's saying specifically then to this. So I got that from Ann Taylor herself. Okay. So that's what she wants from this, from defendant's 10th supplemental request. Now, state's response to defendant's 11th supplemental request for discovery filed, and that's the one with all the numbers. When Ann's like, she lists out all the numbers. It's like 2, 13, 14, it's a bunch of them. And he's over here saying that I gave you this shit on November 20th, and then I gave you this shit on January 22nd, 2024. And that we responded to the state's response to defendant's 12th supplemental request. That was on, we gave them stuff on the 25th of March. Then your 13th one, we filed back on April 1st. And then here's the state's objection now to defendant's 15th supplemental request for discovery filed April 4th. The state has and will. So basically where we're at right now is that the state's saying, we've given Ann Taylor everything. Here are the dates that we've done it. And then Ann Taylor's come back and she's saying, specifically with request to this number, and this number, and this number, and this number. Okay. Now, she then, and I said to myself, well, what's Santa Claus all in a tiz was about? This is state's objection to defendant's 15th supplemental request. Sure, I'll have that one. And this, please. Thank you. Okay. So in this state's objection to the 15th request, this goes all back to none other than the IGG. Okay. And Santa Claus is saying that stuff that you've asked for in the 15th supplemental request, which came after she filed that motion to compel, was filed before that. Okay. But he's saying you can't have any of that because it is protected. Okay. How do we know that? Right here. The items listed in defendant's 15th supplemental request for discovery pertain to IGG information, which was previously decided by the December 29, 2023 sealed order for disclosure of IGG information and protection order. The state maintains that the requested information is outside the scope of the sealed order for disclosure of IGG. So remember, they had that in-camera hearing, and then the judge determined what they were going to turn over and what they weren't. Then at that point, it was not just what they were going to turn over. Then they had another discussion of who can you give this material to? Okay. And Ann Taylor was like, I want to give it to, remember when Bill Thompson and her had to have who Ann Taylor wants to give this material to. And Ann Taylor's like, well, do you want me to list people? Like, I guess I can do that. But it's Mr. Kohlberger's investigators. Okay. But Bill Thompson wanted it listed out. And well, who are these investigators? Remember all that shit? It wasn't just good enough. Look, Ann Taylor is an officer of the courts. She has investigators that are investigating. It's protective order. They know it's a protective order, but you want me to sit here and tell you who I'm giving this to. Okay. Now, and then that was all filed under seal, the exhibits as they've been. All right. All right. So then we get to, oh yeah, here's all the list of those numbers, by the way. Okay. Now I want everyone to follow me along. There's been a big reveal out there. Thank you guys for the new memberships. One of your best ever, Lana. I need to email you. I found something that might be important. Thank you. Stacy, what is up? Stacy, the stylist. Oh, awesome. Do you do hair, girl? Best live ever. Appreciate that. 10 months, baby. Woo, woo. Again, thank you guys for the super stickers, super chats. I do appreciate that. Thank you for being kind in chat as well. All right. So there's been a big reveal so I want you guys to take a look at what's going to be talked about right here. This is what Santa has a big problem with. This and this stuff that was asked for. Now look at the dates on when this stuff was asked for. Okay. This stuff was asked for after what I believe it is, in my opinion, take this to the bank, my opinion. I believe that this stuff was asked for after the fact of Cy Ray becoming involved with this case. Okay. Why, Lana? Well, I just decided to connect some dots. I could be wrong, but I'll tell you how I got there. I took Cy Ray's CV and I looked at it and I put it out here for all of you guys to see. I looked at some dates. I'm a dates timestamp crazy broad. November 2023 always stuck out to me. That's when he, for the first time ever, will be testifying, if he's allowed, in a capacity where he would be not pro-prosecution. People want to use that word, but he was basically being sought and he agreed to from a defensive standpoint. And you guys can go and see how all the cases that he's done. This to me stuck out. That date stuck out. So what do? I go into my discovery folder and I said, holy shit, look at this stuff. Then I went and found when everybody had to go back to that house or was allowed to go back to that house, or they wanted to go back to that house because they're wrecking the house. Okay. So the prosecution went back there and then it was reported that the FBI was there and they were doing Pharaoh and blah, blah, blah. That's not what the fuck is going on, but you can believe whatever you want. I'm here to sit here to tell you that I believe that everything, I believe I found Cy Ray there. I believe that's him in the cap. I believe I pointed out the other person in the cap, which would be Jay. Point out Ann Taylor. JLR pointed out that he thought that a refrigerator was going in there or that a air conditioning unit was going in there. And I enjoyed that. And I think he was actually maybe talking about the other guy. But what looked to me as a bag was on Cy's shoulder. And it looked to me that he had tools for what he specializes in, right? So then I took the CV and I looked at the motions filed by Ann Taylor and saw what she was seeking in the leadership and the expertise of Cy Ray. And my conclusion, again, my opinion, I'm an analyst, right? Put me on your show. If I was to be on court TV, this is how I would be saying it. I'm telling you my methodology of how I got to what I'm saying. I took it from the motion, Cyray's expertise, him being there before the demolition, and what would he need to physically be there for if he's just being provided data? If I, like Micah Sturgis, I hit him up the other day. Micah, hey, what do I need to get to you in order for you? I want you to do all the data, yeah, you got to get me the data. Oh, you don't need to go physically to this location? No. For what you want me to do, you want me to look at the Cellbrite and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I want you to destroy the fuck out of it. I want you to tell me what you think. And that way I can see if all of my research and efforts are correct. And if they are, then you could be, voila, testifying to something, right? That's how this all works. Okay, you have researchers, you have investigators, and then they put things together to give to the experts that have the ability to prove it. Okay, that's what's happening here. But it was reported wrong by mainstream media as to why anybody went back there. Okay, and this is why Santa, aka Backseat Bill, has been in a tiz whiz, because Ann Taylor has been 5 steps ahead of him. Cyray pops up on some documents to all of us just a couple weeks ago. And I just showed it and proved it to you guys that Cyray hasn't just been around for a couple fucking weeks. Okay. Cyray has been around since what I believe is November of 2023. And now you go back and you look at these discovery requests. And when you go back and look at these discovery requests, you look and you see these dates, November. Okay. Then they go ham. Okay. With this specific defendant's 11th supplemental request for discovery. Okay. On January 22nd, 2024, all those numbers, which according to Santa, we've provided. Remember, here's Santa. All this shit we've provided. All this type of shit. Hey, we've been giving them the discovery. Okay, look at this. All this stuff, right? We've been just handing it over. Fuck you have. We've been hearing Santa say, it doesn't exist. I don't have it. It doesn't exist. I don't have it. Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you what I would do. If Santa's sitting here telling me that things don't exist, right? And I'm looking at search warrant returns. For example, a Google search warrant return right here that I happen to just have right next to me. Let's see. Here she comes, Director Day. Thought it was right next to me. Okay. Yeah, here it is. Got it. Knew it was right next to me. Google. Oh, this is from April 29th, 2020. Search warrant return dated April 14th, 2020. Ah, nice. What do you got here, Oriani? Well, just how they do it. Dear Detective, blah, blah, blah. Pursuant to the search warrant issued in the above referenced matter, we have conducted a diligent search for documents and information accessible on Google's system that are responsive to your request. Our response is made in ordinance with the state and federal law, including the Electronic Communications Privacy Act. Accompanying this letter is responsive information to the extent reasonably accessible from our system associated with the Google accounts of blank, 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 and blank, as specified in the search warrant. We have also included a signed certificate of authenticity, which includes a list of hash values that correspond to each file contained in the production. Google may not retain a copy of this production, but does endeavor to keep a list of the files and their respective hash values. To the extent any document provided herein contains information exceeding the scope of your request, protected from disclosure, or otherwise not subject to production, if at all, we have redacted such information or removed such data fields. Please note that Google Pay service data is under the control of Google Payment Corporation. Any request for such data must be specifically addressed to Google Payment Corporation and can be served throughout the email addresses googlepayments@google.com. Now, why would anybody be talking about that unless you ask for that, right? So here, Google is notifying them that, hey, I think some of the things that you're asking for, we can't provide, but here's where you can find that shit. Awesome. Thank you so much, Google. Now, for a Google custodian of records, we will require a subpoena and confirmation from you of the time and date of the appearance, the scope of testimony, any Google reference numbers associated with the case, and the travel for the appearance at least 1 week in advance in order to identify, make the appropriate plans for, and prepare a custodian for trial. Now, you're probably thinking, Lana, why does any of this matter? Well, all of this fucking matters because, finally, in accordance with Section 2706 of the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, Google may request reimbursement for reasonable costs incurred in processing your request. Okay, so you provided how many Google search warrants did you guys see? In the production area where we get to look at these new docs. How many did you guys see? I saw a shit ton, okay? I saw a shit ton looking for numbers, looking for email addresses. Ton of stuff, right? Well, I'm just letting you guys know how this all operates. Now, then notice of reimbursement. There you go. This is how we get reimbursed. Okay. Now, certificate of authenticity. I hereby certify that I am 100% authorized to submit this affidavit on behalf of Google LLC, located in Mountain View, California. I have personal knowledge of the following facts, except as noted, and could testify competently thereto if called as a witness. Now, remember that case I told you guys about? I think it was Evans, USA Evans, right? A lay witness can testify to the plotting. Like you're going to take Google, right? And you're going to plot out some stuff because you got it. Like you could do like Google Maps, Google Earth, shit like that. Something that any like me and you could testify to. Like we know how to operate Google Earth. We know how to operate Google. I need directions to Miss Potts's house. Okay. Right. Shit like that. Okay. Now, I am qualified to authenticate the records because I am familiar with how the records were created, managed, stored, and retrieved. So this would be like a really good person because this is who you have to go through to get like this is what they send you. And so here's your person. Like here would be your person, your point of contact. This would be like, hey, what's your name? Joel. Hey, Joel. Hi, it's Lana here. Thanks for giving back my search warrant. I'm going to need you to testify in an upcoming hearing, yada, 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 right? I mean, how hard could this be, Bill? Right? We'll get there. Now, attachment A. Now, number 3 is Google provides internet-based services. Number 4, attached is a true and correct copy of records pertaining to the Google account holder or holders identified with the accounts blank, 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 and blank. Accompanying the certification of authenticity as attachment A is a list of hash values corresponding to each file produced in response to the search warrant. The document is a record made and retained by Google. Google servers record this data automatically at the time or reasonably soon after it is entered or transmitted by the user, and this data is kept in the course of this regularly conducted activity, as was made by regularly conducted activity as a regular practice of Google. Number 6, the document is a true duplicate of original records that were generated by Google's electronic process or system that produces an accurate result. The accuracy of Google's electronic processing system is regularly verified by Google. Now, oh, perfect. Attachment A, hash values for production files. Oh, this is exactly what I wanted. What can we get? Well, number one, this is a preserved zip. Okay, so this is what you should have when you want to preserve shit. Now, preservation. Remember what Ann Taylor was talking about? Now, you either just didn't preserve it but like you guys went through Google, right? Like I'm looking for like this letter of authenticity, you know? Here we go. This is now what y'all came here for. Google. Attachment A, hash values for production files. Now, number one, the access logs devices, preserved zip. Boom. Number two is this email, blank, access logs devices, zip. Then number three, Google account subscriber info. Remember, that's what they were wanting in those emails, in the search warrants. Now, number four, this email, Google account subscriber info, zip. Now, this email, Google Play Store installs. Next, ta-da! Location history records, zip. This email, location history tombstones. Next, this email, blank, my activity, zip. Next, this email, all the content preserved, zip. This email, next one, this email, content, all the emails. This next one is this email, access logs. Next one. This now email, a Google account subscriber info. This then email, Google Play Store installs. Next, another new email, location history records, zip. Location history tombstones, my activity, all the email content. Okay. And it just keeps going over and over for all the emails that you wanted. Okay. Zip, not to unzip, but no, like a zip drive. Zip is an IT zip drive, not zip, nil, nothing. Okay. Now, wait, what was it again that we asked for? Let's see. We would like the location data. Any location data currently stored in relation to the email address identified below or associated with the device ID listed below. This includes any historical physical addresses, latitude and longitude data. Now, if you have an iPhone, just so you know, Google is with like Androids. So Google would be like an amazing thing to have on Brian Kohlberger because Brian Kohlberger allegedly had an Android. The victims, I believe a lot of them had iPhones. Okay. All of this stuff right here that I'm reading off would be provided. It's like one of like the number 269. Oh, this is what you requested. Here you go. You know, when Ann Taylor said that she wants a copy of every search warrant, you know, oh, here's that. Now here's the search warrant that was used and what we asked for and how that all happened. Do you understand that Ann Taylor's going to be going through all these search warrants to see what information you provided in order to obtain that search warrant? What was the probable cause that you had? All right. So whatever you so I get to see everything that that you did, okay? And in the thing, Ann Taylor talked about, well, we have an issue here because something wasn't either preserved or you're hiding it, right? Which would be like Brady violation, right? So now we go back to this then. Then we were all waiting to get those documents to get dropped. I want to keep my stuff in the order that I want it. And let me go back to this. All right. So I made notes on all these requests, and their answer is the same as it was on 123 when this was done on 221. So the first exhibit B with requests, this is how I was keeping track and how I know that, okay, defense, the second supplemental had to do with exhibit B. So I was creating my spreadsheet to know where I could go and find stuff. All right. I did this with all of it. Every time there was anything to do with discovery. Discovery is your case. Discovery. Discovery is so important. Especially if you have a guy that's saying he didn't fucking do it, right? Now, we're going to get all the way to, you see this here? This is where Ann didn't use, this is a motion to compel discovery. And this is when she said, okay, Mr. Colbert request in order for the state to disclose the following items included in the defendant's supplemental request for discovery. This is the first one. And then I noted you guys that was exhibit A. So all of this shit is coming from exhibit A. Now let me zoom in. And this is where I was trying to figure out, well, is she referring all the way back to exhibit A, or is there a new exhibit A for her due to, and I don't have the exact answer for that, but what I can just show you is this is what she was asking for back then. All right. And it was, see how it says request number 49? And remember, she was asking for all of this stuff because when she did her one spiel in court, she said, and they wrote it up in June, and they said, how the fuck did you get to my client? Okay. How did you get to my client? Because once you got to my client and then you tested his car, you tested his apartment, you tested his office, his parents' place, there is no sign, there's nothing there. Okay. There's nothing there. So back then, she had asked for this. This is in defendant's first supplemental request for discovery. Copies of lab reports detailing the forensic evidence collection and analysis of items recovered at Brian Koberger's parents' home, trash cans, and other receptacles in Brian Koberger's Honda Elantra. As of May 4th, 2023, counsel for Mr. Koberger has not received the requested materials, and based upon information and belief, these reports contain exculpatory information. And what would be exculpatory is that there is nothing in them. There is no exculpatory for Brian Koberger would be, you guys saw the scene. It's a bloody mess. The spatter that you went through, this person would have been covered from head to toe in blood. Then you want to put my client in a vehicle racing around like a lunatic so quickly that he was able to somehow make sure that he didn't get a drop of anything in this vehicle? I mean, who is Brian Koberger? I mean, is he Jason Bourne? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on here? Now the next thing is, number 2 is Mr. Koberger requests an order for the state to disclose the following items included in the defendant's first supplemental request for discovery. This is request number 49. Then, this is the answer right here. ISP and FBI forensic lab reports, including but not limited to lab reports 11 and 25. She knows that they exist. And she's like, I'm going to make it so easy for you. Go get me lab report 11 and go get me lab report 25. That's what's missing. Okay. And that's what they wanted the order for. We're asking the courts to order this be done. Okay. Number 3, Mr. Koberger requests an order for the state to disclose the following items included in the defendant's first supplemental request for discovery. This is request now number 119. All notes, recordings from all officers from Moscow Police Department. As of May 4th, 2023, counsel for Mr. Koberger has not received recordings and notes from the interrogation of Mr. Koberger by MPD Detective Payne. Remember, we all thought this was a typo, or some people did, some people didn't, right? But then when it came back, okay, and the answer was that there was no recording, or what was sent was a recording that wasn't that because it was done by the FBI. The FBI doesn't record things. When the fuck was Brian Kohlberger? Remember, I told you guys I was all wrote this in Nancy Grace. The owner of that vehicle did not come forward. No one's been talked to. Well, how do you know that, Nancy? Maybe they were talked to. Now, I'm not saying that that's Brian Kohlberger's vehicle because it's not. Okay. But I'm also saying that don't listen to a fucking word that woman says. Because that shouldn't have been the question, Nancy. The question should have been is, why didn't the police go and get, if you're a prosecutor, Nancy, wouldn't you be pissed off if you're give me my shit so I can go prosecute a winner? I'm not going to lose. Like, that's how all you lawyers think. Money and wins and losses, right? Well, Nancy, you're asking the wrong questions for being a prosecutor, right? You should be asking the winning question. You're losing me my jury. Now, right here. Number 14. Mr. Kohlberger requests an order for the state to disclose the following items included in the defendant's first supplemental request. Number 115. Ready? All police reports, audio, video evidence, and any recorded statements related to Brian Kohlberger's arrest and incarceration in Pennsylvania. Why would they want something like that? Well, I don't know, mainstream media, because Brian Etten put it out there that Brian Kohlberger said when he was arrested. Who else was arrested? Oh, okay. Well, let me break it down for you guys. FBI doesn't record shit. Idaho or Pennsylvania State Police, they're just as special as Idaho State Police. These people are all taking orders from somebody else, just so we're clear. Now, what else did Ann Taylor want on this? Then they wanted Ann Taylor to stop putting this shit out here because Lana gets her nuggets. Mr. Kohlberger requests an order for the state to disclose the following items included in the defendant's now second supplemental request for discovery, which is request number 161. All reports, notes, records, and photos. As of May 4th, counsel for Mr. Kohlberger has not received the requested materials. On information and belief, counsel believes these materials contain exculpatory evidence. Number 6, Mr. Kohlberger. So she's being so generic here because she doesn't want to say what these pertain to. But let's read that one more time. All reports, notes, recordings, and photos. She uses the words photos. Let me see them crime scene photos, baby. Let me see them crime scene photos. In the Idaho case of Brian Drake, officers were taking their cell phones and taking pictures with them. They were recording things with them. They were doing things like that. It is Idaho procedure. I can point you guys to go look it up. It is Idaho procedure that if you use your phone, whether it is a work or personal phone, and you use it for any part of your task that day, that stuff is to be uploaded and put into a report. That's not your shit. It's the public shit. It's ours. Okay? Okay. Now, number 6, Mr. Kohlberger requests an order for the state to disclose the following items included in the defendant's second supplemental, which is all the way now up to, this is number 160, training records. And then this is how I went on a tangent and found the Brian Drake murder. Unsolved. Railroaded another chiropractor. This is how I found it. They wanted training records of specific officers. We had a big hearing about it. As of May 4th, counsel for Mr. Kohlberger has not received the requested material. And Taylor is going at it just like Alan Jackson is. You were supposed to do this. Why didn't you do it? You've been trained in this. This is how you're supposed to be doing things. This is what you... Also, Payne is writing in everything that he is saying in his PCA based on my training and experience. Blah. Okay? Well, what training and experience, Payne, all right, did you get that in your training and experience that by not going and grabbing Ring camera footage, video canvassing cameras, did you think that that was who trained you not to go and get cameras for neighborhood canvassing purposes? Who trained you to say that if you're looking at a camera and you see people, but they're not in cars, they probably didn't commit a crime? Only people in cars commit crimes. Now, then Ann Taylor hits him with that 5/4/2023. All right. Now, state's response to defendant's motion to compel. Ready? This is what Ann Taylor was asking for, right? Watch this. She's like, well, we've given you 10,000 pages of reports. 10,000 pages ain't shit, okay? Approximately 10,200 photographs. I mean, those, don't worry about my notes. Approximately 9,200 tips. And I'm like, well, no, it's 17,000. So that's interesting. You know, like I'm just, when I see something, I say something, right? I showed you guys in the earlier video, it's 17,000. Why are you only giving her 9,200 tips? I caught you right there. You got the new guy that's going to be the new police of chief saying that there was 17,000. Okay, well, you've only given her 9,200. Where are the other fucking tips? Approximately 51 terabits of audio, video, media, and digital materials. Okay. And that is, it's a lot of useless shit. Okay. I would know where I would need to go look for stuff though. And specifically here. Okay. And then the state discloses that the search and arrest of Brian Cover in Pennsylvania, the state is unaware of any body cam and dash cam footage. So there is no proof of what Brian Cover said or didn't say. Number one. Number two. Numerous lab reports regarding forensic evidence collection and analysis of items recovered. The defendant's vehicle has been disclosed to the defendant. These reports included items from the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia. Wow, they use Quantico. That's because I don't remember when they said that they sent the sheath. Didn't they say they sent it to Texas in like a day? And like within a day, then said that that's Brian Colbert's dad's, you know, with certainty, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So they were sending stuff to Quantico and stuff to Texas that had to do with Pennsylvania stuff. So I wonder if Quantico is the car. The car went to Quantico. Now, direct access to view and inspect items seized from his parents' residence, including his vehicle. The state will continue to disclose this. Now, to the extent that the defense believes that there are certain reports that may contain exculpatory information, the state asks that the defense specifically, so specify, what exculpatory information they are referring to and the basis for their belief. So here, Billy Boy, hey, be specific with what you want. What do you think is exculpatory? Let me tell you how that works. If you're not turning over something to me, I believe that you're not turning it over to me because it does not help you and it helps me. And so therefore it could be exculpatory. Does that make sense? It's that simple. But this is a game of semantics right here. This is, well, what do you think we have that's exculpatory? Well, I can tell you that you're not turning over this shit. And so why wouldn't you? I would be like, hey, wait, what didn't you get? Okay. Hey, Sue, I guess she needs report 11 and 25 from the lab. Send it on over to her. hey, Ann, I can't find what you're asking for. Where in the discovery that we gave you, this 51 terabits, what are you looking at? That way I can see what you think is missing and who to take it to and all these things, right? But if I'm referring to experts, okay, someone like I don't know, like a Cy Ray, like that's what hey, Cy, shouldn't I have what? Hey, can you look at this? What should I have that I don't have? It seems like something's missing here. Like, shouldn't the report have that they were looking for all of this stuff? Like, where is this stuff? Yeah, you need to ask for this, that, and that. Well, then you go back to what she's been asking for ever since after November of 2023, okay? And when you look at November 2023, December 2023, and January of 2024, boom! It's a bomb. And Bill Thompson knows it's a bomb. And Bill Thompson is trying to keep it out of the public viewing because it is what you call not just a bomb on its face that it's a bomb. It leads to a completely different fuse that is bad, bad, bad. I don't necessarily think that Bill Thompson wants to keep out the initial whoa. I think he wants to keep out what comes from it, the bad, bad. This is bad, but that's going to lead to the bad, bad. I'm trying to give it to you in the best way possible because I don't have it, okay? But what I can tell you is that the one thing that I was always taught in life, if you want to be the best, you surround yourself with the best. I want to win championships. I want to hang banners, okay? If you want me to go coach your high school girls basketball team and you have me in an interview and they say, well, why do you want to coach here? I'd be lying if I didn't say I'm coming here to win championships and hang banners, but I'm going to do it the right way. And I'm going to teach kids lifelong lessons that they'll always remember. And we're going to win the right way. We're going to win with the right kids. And you're goddamn right. I don't want no psycho fucking parents around me. Okay? Because that's the number one key to failure. These fucking parents thinking all their kids are Michael Jordan. They can't make a layup. Oh, okay, Lana, you want to come here and win? Well, yeah, who doesn't want to win? I want to come here and lose. No, I'm coming here to hang banners. I'm coming here. Well, how do we do that? Well, I'm going to bring in my coaching staff. What do you mean? Well, I'm bringing in my assistants who I work well with. I need all the girls and their parents to sign off on waivers so that we can practice against the boys because we can't practice against the JV and think that we're going to get any fucking better because they're not obviously good enough to be on the varsity team. So we need to have waivers that parents are willing to sign. I want closed practices for the first hour. And then the second hour, the parents can be in there and watching their kids. I want every meeting that any parent wants to have to be attended by the principal. Otherwise, there is no meeting. And playing time is not up for discussion. Go somewhere else. And I want to know how much money I have to do with my recruiting process. Because I want to bring in some underprivileged students, athletes, that can't afford to go here, but they have the brain to go here. Number one, they're student athletes, and they most certainly have the athleticism. So I want to know how we can get my homegirls up in this motherfucker. Any other questions? Well, Lana, didn't you get fired from your last job? Hell yeah, I got fired from my last job. You want to ask me why? Yeah, that's my next question. Why would anybody fire somebody like you? Well, let me tell you why. Because I didn't have any backing from the school or the athletic department. And so therefore I would never work with anybody that didn't support and back me. But I'm going to tell you the roadmap on how I need you to back me. For example, a kid skipped my practice. What do you mean they skipped your practice? Yeah, so my policy is if you don't come to practice, you don't play in the next game. Well, what do you mean? Well, the principal wanted me to only sit the kid for a quarter. And I told the principal, well, the student didn't miss a quarter of my practice. The student missed the whole practice. and these are my rules. And I was coaching at a Catholic prestigious school. And so let me ask you a question. If a kid skips your practice without an excuse and you're a teacher and they skip your test, do you let them make up the test? Do you let them make up half the test? Do they take a 0 on that test? What happens with that test? When a parent calls, are you like, oh my God, yeah, you're on the PTA board. Okay, just, okay, yeah, they can retake it. How does that help a kid? So you benched one kid. Well, yeah, I benched actually 7 kids. You benched 7 kids? Yeah, because at senior night, our team was playing like shit, and I took out kids that were seniors in the second quarter, put in my freshmen and sophomores who I recruited, and I said, we can lose with freshmen and sophomores. But we didn't. I mean, we were playing well, whatever. But you did that on senior night? Yeah, who gives a fuck what night it is? You come to play, right? You would think that they would want to play hard on senior night of all nights. I give them the best gear. We have a DJ for our home games. We have our own sports announcers. We have the best uniforms. Yeah, I spoil the shit out of these kids. You're going to come and you're going to play, not for me. You're going to play for yourselves and for your teammates, right? Well, these kids felt that they could boycott that next practice and just not show up. Well, 7 kids did show up, and I played only those 7 kids in our next sectional game. Wait, you did what? Yeah, I started our statistician girl and my water girl, and then I started 3 kids that were other starters. You started your water girl? Yeah, she's a freshman. She's never played a varsity minute in her life. And then I started, who was then this JV girl that basically was a water girl, started her. And then I started 3 sophomores with the 2 kids that had never, I don't even know if they played 50 total minutes all year. What? You did this, Lana? Yeah, I did this. And you know what the best part about it is? I sat in the room with the principal and I said, and the AD, and I said, listen, how about this? Why don't you guys show up to the game and sit on my bench, and you can put them in whenever the fuck you want. If you want these kids to play so bad, then you will come to the game, sit on my bench, and put them in. And I won't stop you. The AD and the principal. What do you think happened? You think the AD came? You think the principal came and sat on my bench and put those motherfucking kids in? No, but guess what they did? They said, oh, Lana's going to play your kids in the second half. She's only sitting them for the second half. No, I had practice. I sat all the kids down and I said, everybody who's the captain of my team, I want you to stand up and I want you to tell everybody why you're a captain. Why did you want to be a captain of this team? Why, why? And 4 of them were 6 of the kids that didn't show up. And then my senior point guard, who didn't boycott with the rest of them, I said, okay, it's your turn now. You stand up. She stood up. And I said, well, that's why I made you a captain. So maybe it was my fault that I made these other fucking kids captains. But right there, that's why I made you a captain, because why didn't you boycott? Because you're not a follower, right? You're a leader. You're my point guard. You're a leader. Okay. So now had those kids have said something different and really said, hey, we'll do anything. We fucked up. Guys, this was wrong. We made a mistake. That's what you should be saying to your sophomores and freshmen. And you should be saying, this is why I said I want to be a captain. Da, 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 da. And now looking back, I made a mistake. What can I do? Da, 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 da. No, these people had their parents try to call me. I didn't take any phone calls. Go call somebody else. But the principal and the AD told these kids that we were going to be playing their kids in the second half. My assistant said, you're probably going to lose your job over this. How do you feel about that? I said, I don't give a fuck. It's a job that pays me no money. Don't give a damn. He's like, God, this is why I love your ass. He's like, all right. So this is what these kids did. These kids knew that they weren't playing or thought that they weren't playing the first half. They were cheering on the sidelines like you wouldn't believe, because they're just like, keep us close and then we'll come in the second half and, we'll make sure that we win the sectional game. We were down 2 at half. And now these kids are in the locker room thinking that they're going to go out and play. And I'm like, great job. They're all happy and high-fiving. Great job, you guys. It's so good. Blah, blah, blah. And I said, all right, well, let's get back out there. Same starting 5. These kids in that locker room, 2 of them got their bags, took their cell phones, got their bags, walk out, sit in the stands with their parents. Okay. Trey, who's my assistant, was like, do you want me to go grab them? I said, fuck no. Don't grab them. Go sit with your fucking parents. Go cry. I don't give a fuck. He's like, what if they walk back to the bench? Should I let them on the bench? I said, ask them why. If they want to come back and sit over here, say, why are you coming back? We want answers. Whole point about this is everything in life that you do, you should know why you do it and why you don't do it. So why do you want to come back and sit down? Just ask them why. Get answers out of them. I was like, I got to coach a game. We're about to win. I grabbed my senior point guard because that's the only one that I said I would do one thing for. I would make sure that we won the game. I wasn't going to let her go out like that. Why should she not continue on to try to win a district championship, a sectional? I pull her aside at the end of the 3rd quarter. And I said, listen, you make the call. This is your team. I will put these kids in. I will put whoever in, and I will make sure that we win the game. But there is no guarantees that we are going to win the game. I said, listen, I'm going to start calling a clear out. All right. You are one of the best free throw shooters that we have. I'm going to clear it out. Okay. And I'm going to put our 3-point shooters off on the same side. Okay. And I want you to go left. I want you to go left. And then that way, when you're bringing the ball to your right hand, create the contact. All right. And you're going to start going to the foul line. We're going to keep the ball in your hands. But if you want me to, I will play the other kids to make sure that we win, because this isn't. And she says, no, we're down by Coach L. We're down by 1. We can win without them. We're winning. We're right here. We have a statistician. We have a freaking water girl. And I have 2 sophomores in me. Okay. So it was my point guard, 2 sophomores, a statistician, a water girl, and then Mary. God, I love that girl. Mary was my sixth man. She was, the day that they missed the practice, she's like, Coach, is there no practice today? And I was like, no, Mary, why? She's like, oh God, I don't even have my stuff. I was like, Mary, what do you got? She's like, I got my other shoes. She was my starter on the JV. I said, go get your stuff. Come on. And she's like, really? I was like, yeah, you're starting. She's the skinniest. She's just a great kid. Wherever you're at, Mary, in life, I'm sure you're rocking it, because she was just phenomenal. And so, but I pulled my point guard aside at the beginning of the 4th quarter. I said, I'll make sure that we don't lose. Okay. Then it came down to, 4, at that time was 8-minute quarter. So it came down like 4 minutes left. Poor girl, man. We're getting her to the foul line. She's missing free throws. She never misses free throws. I was like, hey, I will put them in. I'll put some of these kids in. No, we can win. We were going back. We were transferring buckets. Come down the stretch, she missed like 6 free throws in a row. Then Mary hits a 3. Then they go up 2, and then we foul, they miss, and we miss the shot to tie, I think, to go to overtime. But I asked her, and she said every single time, no, we can win. No. I was like, are you sure? I was like, I will put them in, and I'll say that I did it. It wasn't you. She's like, no, I want to play with who we have. And I was like, fuck yeah. I was like, you're going to go places in life. I was like, this game means nothing. I was like, you're going to make it, like, with whatever the fuck you want to do. These other kids, I can't tell you what's going to go on with their lives. But the school had a chance right there and then to say, we're not putting up with this shit anymore, right? Just like the University of Idaho, you think that you would learn from the fuckerage that's been going on. That's why, what's his name? Green said he wanted to take over and be a president there. You have the Idaho4 just happen, and then now we got football players dressing in masks, beating up people. Like, there's just no accountability. There's no... If you want to be good at something, practice. Practice. What do you want to be good at? Go practice it. Go get a coach to coach you, and you can be good at whatever the fuck you want to be good at. But I was like, I was dragged into the... First of all the parents that were there to see their kids, these girls were scoring buckets that had never even scored a JV bucket, okay? We're like going crazy for kids that were making shots, you know, defending kids. This is varsity basketball, and I'm playing my water girl. I'm playing the girl that's taking the stats, who went on, and she was the Notre Dame. She worked for the men's football and basketball team. She was their manager. She just had a baby. You would think the school would be like, well, first of all, they didn't even show up, the principal or the athletic director. And then they call, Lana, what'd you do? I thought that we had an agreement that you were going to play these kids at the second half. I said, no, we had an agreement that if you wanted them to play, you're going to be there and you're going to put them in. And you didn't show up. Where were you? I said, let me ask you again. If a kid misses a test and goes to the St. Patrick's Day parade instead and fucks up your test because they just blow it off and they skip, are you going to let them take that test? I want to know what the policy here is with this whole education system. I said, because I cannot imagine a teacher being okay with that. And here, this is sports. And so if you're going to sit here and tell me that my kid can go and skip school, get caught at the St. Patrick's Day parade, and you're going to give him the test to make up on a different date, I'm going to say that you're helping my fucking kid fail. And I don't want my kid going to the school. Your parents can't get you out of shit, all right? And anything that comes easy to you in life isn't fucking worth it. So now I ask you to think about Idaho4. And I ask you to think about that town. And ask you why you think Cy Ray is on the defense's side. And ask you why Bill Thompson wants to think that he can hide the discovery. Because they've been doing this shit the whole fucking careers. That's why. Who has the balls to write something that he wrote? Somebody that thinks he can get away with it. Those girls boycotted my practice because they were little bitches who've gotten away with everything when their parents call and complain at the school. Well, fuck you and your parents. I don't give a fuck. I think that you guys are all shit. Like, that's... I played 2 sports in college. One was on a scholarship, one I walked on. And the team I walked on was top 12 in the country for girls basketball. So imagine, I mean, you don't make teams like that. We went to the Sweet 16. I have played in almost every state in golf. I started as a freshman at the University of Cincinnati for golf. You want something in life, you work hard at it and you go and get it. Okay. What I see happening right here is I see a bunch of privilege. And we need to hold Judge accountable. Judge decides so much in all of this pretrial shit. We need to make sure that Judge is held accountable. Ann Taylor fucking said it. Umbrage. I think they used the word umbrage, and no, that was in Delphi. Ann Taylor said that, yeah, I get that y'all are just buildings apart or in the same building, and that boom, emotion goes in, and then you're responding and all this crazy shit. Okay, but that's not how this is not how this is going to work. Okay, you guys aren't going to be communicating and signing over orders and blah blah and violating people's fucking rights. Okay, and so we come here to this discovery that everybody's confused about. Well, there's nothing to be confused about. Bill Thompson has been hiding a bunch of shit. Okay? Hiding a bunch of shit. Because Bill Thompson knows where this is going to go. And Ann Taylor's trying to get that out. So much so that Ann Taylor is trying to get new people that were not allowed to see the IGG before. She's trying to get people to be able to see the IGG. And you have to ask yourselves, is it because they want to see the IGG, or what truly is also there? We're talking about communication. We're talking about Bill Thompson wants to have this whole entire thing done with no eyes on anything, no ears on anything. That is a straight up violation of Brian's right to none other than a public trial. And you have mainstream media who seriously pisses me the fuck off, because mainstream media is supposed to be about the people. Like, you're supposed to expose this shit. You're not supposed to give them excuses. Excuses. You don't get to create narratives as to why this, why that. Now, for my final bomb of the day. States' responses to defendant's motion to allow certain experts and investigators protected access to view IGG materials. Well, this was back in, remember, I think I figured it out. I believe, this is my personal opinion, I believe that, remember how I said I was like, who? She's using investigators, plural. Remember when I said this? I was like, we know that Battanti, or however you want to say his last name, Italian, good man, probably. We know that he is one of her investigators, but Ann Taylor wants to bring on another investigator, or possibly several new investigators, okay? Lana, who would you have as investigators? Well, okay. I'd break down my case into every category. I'd have a crime scene person. I'd have, the digital stuff. If I could have somebody ex-law enforcement that knew how law enforcement did things, if I could have whatever, I'd have a couple PIs. I would say that there's some people out there that have to know stuff that haven't said stuff. I would need researchers to dig through materials, because it's just so much shit, and you have to trust them with their eyes. And then when they find stuff, to turn it over and to bring to light the stuff that's, oh my God, hey, look what I found. Here's a person that we can talk to. Here's a name that's never been mentioned. It was said by somebody in an interview. I need a team. I need a fucking team to win. Well, that's what Ann Taylor's trying to do. Put a team together, right? She has Jay. She has Mathis. She has herself. She has that Battanti guy. Then she went out and got the IGG people to be the experts to talk about that loophole, which she exposed. She got the survey guy. I need somebody not connected to Idaho. I need someone like a Cy Ray. Why can't I just bring him on to investigate all my shit? He's fucking experienced. What does he do? Well, he ran investigations for the other side all these years. Would he ever consider running it on the opposite way? If I can appeal enough to him to say, listen, will you just look at the shit and then you can decide. Ann Taylor, I'd have to advocate for my student athlete. Give this kid a chance to get a scholarship. All right, what do you have to lose? You have one left. She's going to be there every day. She's going to bust her ass. and she's coachable, right? I have to sell you. Well, Ann Taylor would have to sell it to someone like Cy Ray to take it on, right? How does that happen? Give them the material. Look at the material. See what you think. Because maybe we're just being biased, like, because this is our client. And that's exactly what Ann tried to do. And that's exactly why this happened. Bill Thompson. State's response to defendant's motion to allow certain experts and investigators protected access to view IGG materials. Because guess what he wanted? I believe that this had to do, this was right after the house was done. Look at the date. Oh, I can zoom in. Right there. 2/9/2024. He was in an uproar, Bill Thompson. He wanted to know who these experts were. You only have to give it to your IGG people. Well, this is how you wouldn't, because it has to do with chain of custody. It has to do with, then we get to this part where Ann Taylor did her declaration. Where's Ann Taylor's declaration? Right here. What's the date on this shit? I bet you it is in the summer. Boom. 2023. Ann Taylor knew it. She needs an expert / investigator. That's not her thing. She's a litigator. She's a lawyer. She knows enough to say that this is off, something isn't right. So she went out there and was trying to get people to prove what she is going to be litigating. And guess who's had a problem with it the whole entire way? Bill Thompson. Bill Thompson. If I had my case, go get whoever the fuck you want. I don't give a shit. It's like basketball. Go recruit whoever you want. I have my team. We know our offense. We know our defense. Like, we have our game plan. I'm playing your team. You're playing my team. Why should I think that I get to play the game with 5 people and you get to play with fucking 3? No, Bill. And then when you want to talk about it in this sense, you're saying this is your guy. This is who killed 4 people. You have all the evidence to prove it. Who cares what they bring? You have the evidence to prove that this man killed 4 fucking people. What are they going to do? Muddy the water? Muddy what water? This is a death penalty case. Now, in this third and very crucial motion to compel, the state filed a specific response to that request. After reviewing the materials provided, the following remains to be discovered. A, request 3 profiles uploaded to a DNA database. The state has provided information related to this request for the seized item, the knife sheath only. The defense has requested all DNA profiles. And remember, he said this does not exist. She then gets really smart when she says, I am requesting communications. I want the communications because this is how somebody that's ever worked a case like a Cy Ray would tell you that, listen, there's got to be communications. The state has not provided all emails, text messages, electronic messages, or other messages and conversations regarding biological testing in the investigation. You want to know why it's there? And I know that it's there is because she then connects it to the Idaho State Police. She uses, this is her, one of her exhibits. Okay. But more importantly, she provides the interim policy applies to all criminal investigations in which an investigative agency in the Department of Justice. This is the IGG shit. This is anybody that's going to be using their lab and who they then use. You got all this grant money, but then you're fucking going doing stuff that doesn't make any sense. But right here, I then broke down the investigative collaboration, which is the 6th part of it. And it shows you exactly how this has to work. If each of the criteria set forth in Section 5 has been satisfied, The investigative agency shall contact a designated official at the CODIS laboratory that uploaded the forensic profile to CODIS. So that's contact number 1. This is what Ann Taylor wants to see. Where was this contact? Where was this email? Then contact number 2, this is your chain right here, is the investigative agency shall contact the prosecutor. And this is why I'm saying Bill Thompson is so fucking knee deep in this shit, because I put this out. God, when did I do this? I did this episode back in November of 2023. Shit, probably when Cy Ray was at the goddamn house. Or was he there in December? He was there in December. But I wrote down how this all transpires, and that your prosecutor is the one that's calling for shit. They're involved. Yes. Okay, now watch. Now the next contact number 3. It says contact 3, chain of custody 3. Okay. Investigative agencies shall identify themselves as law enforcement to GG services and enter and search FGG profiles only in those GG services that provide. And what just came out, y'all? What came out? Ann Taylor saying, that's not what happened, and you guys violated your own policy. That's that right there. I put this out in November of 2023. So November, December, January, February, March, April, about 6 months ahead of you guys just learning about this here and now. Now, what they've come to a compromise on is that everything to do with the IGG hearing to unseal that is going to be held in a closed hearing on the 16th of this month. On the 14th is going to be an open hearing. Tomorrow is an open hearing. Tomorrow is going to be tits out lit. I'm going to be partying. Okay? Because you know what I'm going to start doing? I was told that if I get a damn megaphone. Listen up. This is Miss Briani, and I'm here. You guys are going to listen to what I'm saying now. You guys like this megaphone? Maybe I just need to get out on those stairs. Okay. That's the last thing I need is a megaphone, but God bless it, I got one. Listen up, Bill Thompson. I'm coming for that ass. I'm coming for that ass like Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre. You know how bad I would just love Corner Club. I have a huge $500 tab that Nancy S bought for everybody. So all of you students out there, come on down to Corner Club. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about how the students arm themselves with knives and 9mm. Clean up on aisle 6. Bill Thompson just shit himself. I'll sign it when I'm done. All right, back in class, back in session, guys. This is my dream, Atlanta. Clean up on aisle 6. Bill Thompson just shit himself. We're gonna need a quick recess. I love my megaphone. You guys, this shit just gets me. Ready? I'm going to be rounding this out. Here we go. My last 20 minutes. All right. I'm telling you, if you're not a member here, I feel like you're missing out. Okay. Because I put the best community posts up for members only. All right. You get a mix of true crime and you get a mix of just Lana's silly. But so tomorrow tomorrow we have a huge little hearing. And I will be breaking away because I'll have the Karen Reed case here from 9 to 1 Eastern Standard. Because Bev has to play pickleball. Fuck Bev. We have bingo going on during the trial. Then immediately I leave from the 9 to 1, which I've been right, by the way, in the Karen Reed case. I told you guys someone went in that house at 6:34 a.m. Gemma McCabe did. Thank you. And then, so we'll do that. And then I'm going to be starting my live. Actually, I'm going to leave Bev because huffing and puffing, because I'll just go back and watch the last 15 minutes. But they say that it starts at 10, which is 1. I think it's 10:30. But we're going to start. So we're going to continue from. So we'll be here live tomorrow, right after. So if you guys want to catch a little bit of the Karen Reed, I'm telling you, the Karen Reed cases. Pay attention. There's stuff that's in that's going to be used. I'm telling you, in the Idaho4 case. Now, for logic and laughs. There you go. Now check this out. To close out my final 20 minutes to wrap this all together for you. Ask yourself, what could be so bad that Bill Thompson, okay, what could be so bad that Bill Thompson says to his team, holy shit, we have to seal this. We can't let this happen. We cannot let Ann Taylor tell the world this. We can't let this guy testify. What do you think? I'm going to tell you what I think. Not what I know, because I don't know shit. This is all my opinion. I said, what's up? What does Bill, if I was Bill Thompson, what would be so bad? It'd have to do something with, I racked my brain for like 48 hours. And why would Ann Taylor say that she's bringing up the FBI and that, well, we're not here to protect the state. We're not here to protect the FBI. Go back and read what she wrote, Anna. Come on, you got to figure it out. Come on, what is this about? This is about something that's bad, big. Bad, big. Okay. Because we know she put it out there that the IGG basically, they use that loophole. Why would Cyrene need to be out there versus just get the data? He needed to be out there versus just get the data. And I think that you would do it as like reenactments. What about a confidential informant? What about a confidential informant? It's bad. What would you... Let's take a look one more time. What did Ann say again? Ann said they stipulated to the fact that they're going to have the hearing on 5/2. It's the hearing tomorrow. State's motion to close the hearings and defendant's objection. Okay. That's tomorrow. And then what was the other one that they did? Let's see. They said that now the notice of the hearing for 5/14 at 1:30 and 5/16 at 3 p.m. And that is notice is hereby given that Brian C. Colbert by and through his attorney of record will call on for hearing the defendant's fifth motion to compel in the above entitled matter. So that's about the fifth motion to compel. And that's going to be on 5/14/2024 at 1:30, which is 4:30 here. The defense will call on for the hearing for IGG portions of their fifth motion to compel so that'd be at 5:16, okay, as a closed hearing upon agreements of the party. So they stipulated to that. Okay. And so the agreement was, listen, we'll give you your closed IGG, but you're going to give us our open 514, which is the fifth motion to compel. Okay. So then what do we want to have happen here tomorrow? Because it's a hearing for a hearing, right? Which would be, let me share this. Comes now Brian C. Colbert or Brian through his attorney of record and hereby objects to the state's motion to close the hearing to compel on May 14th. The grounds are that Mr. Colbert has a constitutional right to a fair and public trial. No reason exists to prevent him from a public pretrial proceeding. Okay. Now, there's no, so Anne's confident that the IGG stuff that she basically got out in her motion was enough to shake enough of a tree. No pun intended. So tomorrow is a hearing to see if Bill Thompson can convince Judge. Wow. What could be so fucking, what would destroy a case? What would be bad? I think I got it. I think I got my opinion ready. The time of the crime. That's what they're notorious for doing, is the time of the crime. What the fuck did they do that morning? Were the two roommates ever did they have to supply DNA? You know what? I'm going to play one last thing. This one's for Vinny.
Issued the following statement. It is the grim reminder of the heinous act that took place there. While we appreciate the emotional connection some family members of the victims may have to this house, it is time for its removal and to allow the collective healing of our community to continue. So there you have it. The president of the university says the house is going to be torn down, and it sounds like the defense and the prosecution are totally on board with this. And somebody who would know about how important this is and what it means and whether or not it's the right decision is Bobby Chacon. He's a retired FBI agent and an attorney. And he and I have discussed this whole thing in the past, and we'll have more on that coming up on Law and Crime another time. But right now we're talking about it here on Crime Fix. Bobby, thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it.
Sure, thanks for having me.
You know, the FBI, they went back there last month, I guess, and took some measurements and did some things at the house to prepare it for trial. Now the university says we're tearing it down. So what are your thoughts on, first of all, the university saying, indeed, we are going to tear this house down on December 28th?
Well, I know the reaction that most of the public is kind of feeling like, no, don't do that. Until we get a conviction, we can't, like, you know, anything that's even possibly relevant to this case shouldn't be destroyed and things like that. But I can tell you, I was part of a forensic team on the FBI for 19 years, and they've gotten all the evidentiary value out of that house that they're going to get. They've got all the forensic value out of that house that they're going to get. There's not much more they can get. And I know there are some trials that allow the jury to go to the location. I've never been a big fan of that. I think that can be misleading. I think that in the courtroom is where you get the best evidence presented to you. I just got off a case where I was a juror for 5 months on a case where murder happened in a house. And we had both county and state forensics teams do examinations of that house. They provided us with sketches, with photographs, with video, and then the results, obviously, of their forensic examinations. And they walked us through the crime scene. Our case, the murder happened in the kitchen, and then there was blood in the laundry room. It all matched up with witness statements and other things. And so I think that the value that that house holds has been sufficiently obtained by the prosecution, or as you stated, in this case, the prosecution wouldn't agree. If the prosecution thought they needed that to make this case. They would fight that destruction. They could try to get some kind of TRO, some kind of injunctive relief to stop the university from doing that. But the prosecution realizes that they've obtained all the forensic and the other, even the eyewitness.
So this guy is saying that the prosecution could have put a stop to the demo. The prosecution had that type of power.
Probably did a walkthrough of it. You know, the one eyewitness roommates that they have, I'm sure they did walkthroughs with the police and so I think they've gotten everything they need out of that house, personally.
So just to be clear with our viewers and our listeners, when they take the jury on, you know, a field trip, if you will, I mean, they don't call it that, but they call it a jury view. When they take the jurors to the crime scene, they will take them inside. But, you know, there were some emails that came to light over the summer in which the prosecution and the defense had agreed that the house could go back to the university. They were like, okay, the university can have the house back. We've done all we need to do there. It sounds like there was like asbestos discovered there. There was also, you know, a lot of chemicals apparently were used to process this scene. So this is a highly contaminated environment, and they didn't feel like it was necessary to take jurors in there because you can do what's called these Pharaoh scans. You know, I've seen.
Wait a second. All this time later, this girl is still on this. You think that Cy Ray and Ann Taylor are walking in there with no masks, no nothing, because this is a problematic, potential hazardous scene? The fuck are you talking about? This is what you're spending your time talking about?
That in some trials where they scan the place, it's like this
3D imaging Pharaoh scanning, but that doesn't. What is that going to be good for in this case? Tell me what that would be good for in this case when it comes down to cell towers, cell data, cell phones, and touch DNA and surveillance cameras. How the fuck is a Pharaoh scan going to help with that fucking house?
3D thing, and they can capture all of these images.
I want to hear his answer to this.
And then they can do trajectory stuff. They can do all this really fancy stuff. They can also design computer animation models. I've seen that in some trials too, where they basically, it's like a virtual tour of a house. And this is a really crazy shaped house with a third floor addition and everything. So that was the objection of the family in one instance. Like one of their attorneys said, this is a really odd shaped house with like these staircases and, you know, all these different.
So why do you think Ann Taylor would agree to, you know, if I'm telling you the only way that Ann Taylor agrees to knock down this house is because they got what they needed out of it. And the person that you brought there to get what you needed out of it was somebody named Cy Ray, who had a backpack that what I deem to believe was used for like cellular shit, a scanner of some type. I don't see him setting up a Pharaoh fucking 3D imaging of a damn thing. And so did the FBI, did Bill Thompson do that? Does Bill Thompson, did he do that? Does Bill Thompson have any data information from inside that house when it comes to like she just said it, there was an addition put on. Has you guys ever been into a house and you're like, I don't get any fucking service in this house? If I'm I go to my friends' houses, I go even restaurants, whatever. I never get service in this place, or this was put up, or da-da-da-da. And so like different parts of the area of like your house, like my aunt's, I can't get service to save my life in her basement for whatever reason. Nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about that.
Different places, and you might hear one thing in one spot but not another. So What is your response to that, Bobby?
Yeah.
Well, I think you're right. I mean, back in my day, it was called an Icon Total Station, but it's whatever they're using. They do these laser generated, computer generated models. People have seen this in CAD and in architectural drawings. If you look on some of the real estate websites that you can do house tours through and stuff. And so the computer software is very sophisticated nowadays. You can almost remodel anything onto a computer that you can show existed in real life. Like I said, I don't think there's a great benefit. I don't think there's pretty much any benefit of keeping that house. I don't think they planned on doing a jury view of the house. That's done not in every trial, certainly. And there's different criteria in different states, and different judges use different criteria for when it would benefit a jury to see a house. I don't think, obviously the prosecution doesn't think in this case that that's going to be a great benefit to a jury in the future, or else they wouldn't agree to have the house, allow the university to destroy the house. Remember, the university owns the house. I mean, it's property of someone else. Something tragic and something horrible and evil happened there, but it actually is the property of someone else, and so they can do with it what they wish in the long term. And that's after the government and the prosecution and the police have gained every piece of value of that property. And in this case, I'm confident in the prosecution position that they've gotten everything. The FBI went in there more recently anyway, with a team that I think did exactly what you alluded to. They did a computer scan, a laser scan of every inch of that house, of every little nook and cranny of the house, and those kind of things and stuff. And so I don't see it as a huge detriment to the successful prosecution in this case.
It'll be really interesting to see those exhibits when they are finished. I mean, it's amazing what can be done these days, and what can be done with audio enhancements. I mean, there are recordings too from Ring door cameras that are referenced in the probable cause affidavit, talking about hearing a thud and like a yelp and screaming and a dog barking. I mean, we may know exactly when somebody passed away and was murdered in this case due to that type of evidence. The defense is going in there today, Bobby, and they were allowed in there yesterday as well. So the defense is being given access to prepare their case. They're doing their own measurements and getting some drone footage and things of that nature, right? I mean, I don't understand where they're going with that, but obviously they're probably going to want their own experts to refute or do whatever with whatever the state is producing with the FBI.
I have no idea where they're going with that. God, I just want to put that on loop right there. Here we go.
Refute or do whatever. Obviously, they're probably going to want their own experts to refute or do whatever with whatever the state is producing with the FBI. So, I mean, what do you think is like happening here as far as the access to prepare their case? They're doing their own measurements and getting some drone footage and things of that nature, right? I mean, I don't understand where they're going with that, but obviously they're probably going to want their own experts to refute or do whatever with whatever the state is producing with the FBI. So, I mean, what do
you see how biased this is? What do you mean you don't know where the defense is going with this? Where the fuck is the prosecution going with it? What do you mean? Like, that is the most ridiculous sentence I think I've ever heard in my life with this case. It's a very short window, I know. You have no idea where the defense, but tell us where the prosecution is going with everything. Well, I mean, I have no idea where.
What do you think is like happening here as far as the defense perspective goes? I mean, they're going to go in there and take their own measurements. I mean, measurements are measurements. I mean, I'm thinking of a measuring tape, like a measuring tape's an inch is an inch.
I mean, they could have their own expert do a video walkthrough and say, based on the sounds, and they probably did a timeline based on the affidavits and everything else that's come out in court of all the sounds that you just said were heard here and there. And they could do a video walkthrough by one of their experts and say, look, he couldn't possibly have been here and there and there. And so the government's timeline, the prosecution's timeline is it couldn't have happened because our expert, and you can see our expert walk through this house on video, and we're going to simulate the sound here and that other sound there, and where the prosecution says the defendant was here and there. And so they could do a video walkthrough or something like that at the demonstration that they could make a motion to play for the jury later on. So, they could be doing something like that, but it's, beyond just simple measurements, because they probably have the measurements that were taken numerous times. And in discovery, they'll get, if they haven't already, all the results of the FBI's exams and the FBI forensic stuff.
Oh, so they have everything that was done by who? Idaho State Police, right? It's funny that you want to talk about an inch is an inch, right? And this is my boom for the day. And I don't know who this fucking broad is, but whoever she is, I'm going to be sending her none other than a tape measure. Okay. This is my boom for the day. And you guys can come back later if you guys want to see like the double boom. An inch is an inch. I mean, like, and then it's discovery. Like, here, we already did all of this stuff. This is how this. You guys ready for this? Okay. Hector, you ready? Let's do it. Now, Idaho State Police is who did the forensic couple days they were up in that bitch, processing the scene, right? Well, this is the same people that did the Brian Drake case, okay? Same procedures, same protocols, same blah, 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 blah. Well, I went and grabbed none other than police report 1, which is the crime scene. Grab it. Grab the whole fucking thing. Because this girl's got me on cloud 9 now. I'm jacked. Here we go. This is good enough. All right. Now, I took pre-search, search, and post-search photographs. I later placed these photographs on a disc and entered the disc into evidence. Prior to searching the office, CDAPD detectives blank and blank conducted Faro scans inside the office. The hole through the 2 window panes and mini blinds was measured inside and out. I seized the following items of evidence from the office. Oh God, this totally did not end well for you guys. You know, when they say like that didn't age well, here you go. Ready? Listed as item number 1-001 is the Samsung Galaxy S10 found near Dr. Drake's head on the floor. Goes all the way through. Now, wait a second. You take the mini blinds from the office. You take papers from the desk drawer. Black rolling box with records. Where's the actual stool? The stool that you're saying that the good doctor is sitting on when he is struck with a bullet and falls over and right? From somebody driving by, getting out of their car or walking to the area, shooting through the window that you said comes from outside in, which I say comes from inside out. But the best part about it is that you're saying that this good doctor is sitting on a stool. You didn't take the stool into evidence to see how fucking tall the stool was actually sitting up, to then see when you plop his body on, because in the autopsy, we have he's 72 inches tall, but they also take your measurements from your waist up and down so that if he's actually sitting, right, then we're going to take his measurements. Oh, but that's okay. We don't have the stool anymore. We didn't take it into evidence. Excuse me? No, but we have a picture of it. Okay. But we don't have a picture of the stool being measured with the tape measure. Even if we did, it wouldn't be from the floor. You don't? No. Okay, so wait, what do you want me to go off of, guys, again? We have to go off of this discovery. Okay, and this is Idaho State Police, the same people that are doing this thingy, the Idaho4. And I'm going to show you guys the picture. I'm going to show you guys what it looks like for something to be turned over from the Idaho State Police that's going to be given to you as an investigator on the defense to look at and to then assume the position. Here we go. Wait, Lana, what are you talking about? Well, let me just show you. Fuck all this. I want to show it to you guys. I'm here to bring the hammer. Find me the stool. Ready? Here we go. Hammer time. Wait, look at it. Lana, you're just making shit up, man. Damn. I don't know what they could possibly be doing in there. This broad. Okay, we ready? Here we go. Savage time. Savage time. All righty. Lana. All right. See? Defense exhibit. It's back on out now. Okay. Ready. Let me show you guys. Okay. This never taken in to evidence. This not this taken to evidence. This stool right here that the good doctor was sitting on, not taken into evidence. What the hell? You're kidding me. Okay. Now let me show you what else. Because I am so good at my job. Okay. This is one of the final pictures taken of the office. Okay. See all that stuff on there? Okay. Now those right there, those bottles that you're looking at, bottle. Now that little piece that was over here, it's now over here, but none of those were taken into evidence to say, hey, you're saying that this guy was drinking vodka from a water bottle, but you don't take any of the vodka or the water bottles or anything into evidence. Okay. Again, this is Idaho State Police, the same people that processed the scene in Idaho4. Now check this out. I want you guys to see how crazy my eyes are. Okay. This is one of the first pictures taken from outside of the entrance into this office, Idaho State Police. Okay. Now, what you do is zoom in. Okay. And do you see this item here, this item here, this item here, this item here, and this item here, all right there? You see all those things? Now, ISP thought it would be appropriate to remove all of these items when they were taking photographs of how this could have happened. Okay. To include the most important piece, which is right here. Okay. See that right there? So this is what it looked like. This is what they say it looked like. Now, everything they remove to then do their Faro scanning, number one. Number two, they then put rods in and they realize, oh shit, I have to kind of move this thing right here because that is messing up my angle. Okay. So we have to kind of move that out of the way. What do you mean, Lana? Well, I'll get there. I took a picture so I could show the timestamp of when they try to do all of this, by the way. Now, let's go to body cam footage. This is what Alan Jackson's showing. See these? See this cop car here? See a cop car there, or see a cop there? Cops on the other side. and there's a cop in the car. This is right where that window is. What time was that at? Well, 51:57. They were standing right there where the window is before the body was found at 54 mark. Well, yeah. How long were they there for? I don't know, but I found it. Freeze frame. Woo-hoo-hoo! Next up. See that right there? Freeze frame. What's missing? What's missing? Why would you move that to take your picture? You got you left this, the Kleenex. Why'd you have to move this though? Why'd you remove that? Why would you ever touch the crime scene or remove that to take a photo? Well, let me tell you why. Because the fucking angle and trajectory does not match, does it? Without you moving it. Come join me tonight while I drop some more bombs because I'm going to show you what they did with a damn tape measure. They don't show the bottom of it when they use a tape measure with Idaho State Police. So this little broad over here that wants to talk about it's just an inch or it's just this and it's just that. I don't even know how you have a job. Bill Thompson, aisle 7. We have a shit show. My better half said, do not leave them hanging. You show them that stool. Okay? Come on. Now. I want you to take a look at this. Woo! Let's get it going. Ready? Okay, I want you to take a look at this. Do you see the keys right here? This is Idaho State Police. This is Idaho State Police. This is a crime scene. This is a murder. You see those keys right there? See how you could see the silver buttons? Okay. Now, right there, keys. Now they're just on some, what we call a table. And the Idaho State detectives took the keys, went out and went into the victim's vehicle and didn't take any crime scene photos of the victim's vehicle. Excuse me, Lana? Yeah. Well, Idaho State Police would have us believe that there's no photos that exist. Wait, but did you have a search warrant to get into the vehicle? When did you get into the vehicle? Did you have to wait to get a search warrant to get into the vehicle? Now, why did Lana show us this? Because Lana's smart as fuck. Because in order, when you take pictures, there's metadata. Okay? And there's an order that when I take a picture of this, it tells me what time it was. Okay? I will beat anybody in Pictionary. I mean, photo hunt, by the way. Let me show you. Okay. Here we go. Report number 2 in this murder investigation done by the Idaho State Police. Eight o'clock. That's when they got there to do this, which would be they did the videoing. Okay. The drone videoing. They got there at 8, according to the report. Okay. Now, I took stills as well as they were stills already done. Picture number 1. See this over here? This is Isaac Funderburg's apartment. Those are the stairs. This is where they parked their cars. That is Aaliyah Sandlin's car. This is Caleb Watts's unmarked police vehicle. That's Caleb Watts. This is from the drone footage. See the piece of papers in his hand? You could see him in the video. Anyways, so I wanted to pay attention to the video. Do you see here? He was just walking. Now he opened up the door and he's about to get in the vehicle. Okay. Then he closed the door. Okay. And then he drove away. Okay. See that? Again. Officer there, unmarked car, leaving. This has metadata behind it, so I'm going to know the time that happened. Then he opens up the vehicle, the door to get in it. Okay. As I wasn't looking for anything other than I happened to catch this. Okay. Then he closes the door and then he drives away. And there you go. Okay. So what I used is I used something that had nothing to do with what they thought I was using it for. Okay. I took the drone footage from that day. Okay. The drone footage that they took then stills of, and I was able to place that there was an officer that went there, and then now I'm able to place the exact time that this happened. Okay. Now check this out. This is what the report says that he did. A March 13th, 2020, Idaho State Police Officer Detective Timothy Snell. You guys will know the last name Snell from the investigation of the Idaho4. This is Timothy Snell. I was assigned to assist the Bonners Ferry Police Department with a homicide investigation in the city of Bonners Ferry. One of my assignments was to obtain video and photographs at the scene involving the victim, Brian S. Drake. I utilized my issued iPhone with a stabilization platform to take video of the exterior of the office building. I utilized my issued iPhone. He used his motherfucking iPhone. Y'all saw that, right? Now, upon issuance of a search warrant for the business, I video recorded the initial entry by detectives and of the deceased. I was tasked with obtaining aerial photograph utilizing a small unmanned aircraft system, SUAS. I am a Federal Aviation Administration licensed remote pilot, the drone. I utilized an ISP issued DJI Phantom 4 for the flight mission. I took aerial photographs and video of go ahead and look up how much that costs, just so y'all know. I took aerial photographs and video of the scene up to approximately 400 feet above ground level. After obtaining the photographs and video, I was assigned to assist with search warrants at the Kootenai River Casino and with a possible suspect vehicle belonging. Now, gets to my goods. ISP only took this into evidence right here. No stool, no leg brace, no window, no vodka. Where's the laptop that would normally go in a goddamn laptop bag? Well, there was no laptop there. Okay. This is the window and what it looked like. And you can't see the stool because it's right back behind here, okay? Man, what stool are you talking about? Well, wait, where's this? It was right there. Why'd they move that? Why'd they move that, Lana? This is how it was at 3:50 p.m. Do you notice how? I want you to take a look at this. I counted how many wraps there were. I took a look and see what was on top here. Okay. All right. This picture was not taken until 3:50 p.m. If this is the right time. Okay. Because it was just daylight savings. All right. But I do believe it was the right time. They had a search warrant to go in there at 3. Just saying. Now, I paid attention to this area at 3:50 because what's going to happen after 3:50 is that all of this makes its way all into right here. Okay. Now, these are the people. Now, take a look at this. This is how it was when it was left. This was one of the last pictures of the desk. Okay. Do you see this? This was in Brian Drake's ass pocket. Okay. 1, 2. I need to see all these bottles here. And there's one on the floor. This is how ISP thinks that they handle a murder scene. Okay. Now take a look at this. Ready for the boom boom. See this right here? See that? Do you see this right here? Guess what that is? That's what's supposed to be right there. See that? They moved to take that picture, okay? And you're like probably saying, Alana, that doesn't matter. Well, because I haven't gotten to the other pictures yet. See? See that right there? Okay. Now take a look. See this? What's supposed to be there? See that curled out? Okay. And then when they leave, there's your Kleenex. There's your laid out box. They did not take any of these to test to see if there's vodka in them. Okay. It's not even looked like it was twisted open to even like that's a full bottle. This is down to right about here. And then they left that bottle here on the ground. It was over here, but they moved. Now I'm going to show you something. I took a look at the garbage can to see where it was at all times to see if it got full, more full based off of taking some of these, wiping stuff up, and then putting more stuff in there. Trust me, I'm all over it. Now, you see where this stuff was with the desk. It's underneath on this side. That's where one of the bottles is. If you go to when they leave, that bottle's all the way over here. It's not right by the leg. Okay? Now, they move things to take some pictures and what have you. All right? But now I'm going to show you that an inch matters. Here we go. Here she comes to wreck the day. I went and made it for a reason. Hold on. you guys know anything about exit and entry wounds? Do you guys know anything about guns? Do you guys know anything about when you shoot something? So wherever see how this is a tight little hole there, but what comes behind it is this way bigger exit point. It's bigger. In order for you to actually take a shot from outside where we're standing on the outside here to shoot inside, the hole that's tight would be this piece of glass, not that piece of glass. Okay? Okay, honey? Now, %100% this was shot from inside, not outside. Okay? It does not even take a fucking person like an expert. Okay? How? This is ISP. Okay? This shot right here, wherever the tighter portion is, okay? Wherever the smaller entry wound or whatever you're hitting is going to be tight with the bullet first. And then it expands to get where you're exiting. Okay? The bullet came from inside going out 100%. Okay? So how could the narrative be from Idaho State Police, detectives, sergeants, lead motherfucking investigators? How could you ever say that this came from outside, standing outside and shooting through, hitting Brian Drake while he was sitting down on a stool that you did not take into evidence, that you did not measure to see how high it was, that you're saying he was sitting on, and that he got hit, and that he was on the phone with his wife when it happened, and he tells his wife, "Oh my God, I think I've been struck. I think I've been struck in the side. Oh my God." And then boom, he's so, overcome by the blood internally that he bleeds out and dies in seconds. And you would think that ISP, right? Same thing that Ann Taylor's trying to get our hands on. Where are these reports? Where are these cast reports that she wants? Where is this report? Where's the blah, 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 blah? These are the same people that did that investigation doing this investigation. It gets better. It gets better. You want to see what they did? They didn't use a tripod. Let me show you what they did. Let me show you what they did. Who uses a tripod? Okay, let me show you. They are framing an innocent man. But wait, it's way better than that. Isn't it, Lana? Yeah, it's way better than that, actually. Well, let me show you. Let me show you what I mean by it's way better than that. These 6 son of a bitches. This stuff makes I can't. Oh my God. So what is Bill trying to hide? Well, I'm about to show you what Bill's going to try to hide. Here you go. Ready? Let me show you. All right. So, all right. Okay. This is my bomb. Here you go. This makes me sick to my stomach. Here's your discovery. Ready? Well, why'd you move that to take the picture? Why are you moving shit to take a picture? Okay? Okay? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh! There we go. Ready? Here we go. Here we go. Ready? What was she saying to us? You got to worry about an inch is an inch, right? I'm going to pull her ass back up here. Don't worry. But here we go. Now explain this to me. Explain this to me. Oh, there it is. There it is. That's the money shot right there. Explain that to me. Explain to me how you want me to believe, okay, that this, wait, why aren't you backing up so that I can see that the, what do you call it? Oh, the tape measure that I'm about to send your ass is not all the way down the ground, okay? Wait, where does this start at? We're trying to, what are we trying to see here? Like, you have to back up so that we can see, like, where's the stool? What the fuck? This is what y'all did? This is your measurements that you guys gave us? But she can't possibly understand why they need to go back into that house. You want us to go off of your shit that you gave us? Here, this is you saying, oh, there you go. That's picture 1. That's picture 2. Wait, but what? Excuse me? Is this supposed to be from the ground? I mean, what? Okay. Then what? Oh, that's picture 3. Wait, where's the fucking stool? Oh, that's picture whatever. What is this? What the fuck is this? Look at those gloves you got on, though. That's amazing. What is this? Wait a second. Let me read this report again. What? Wait a second, but wait, hold on, there's way more. Wait, what is this? This is the crime scene of a murder investigation? Yeah, done by the Idaho State Police. Absolutely, the people that did. Look at this guy. Taking a picture of this guy with no gloves, holding this rod, okay? For what purpose? What? What is this? Look at that. See, that's a really good angle to see where the hole is, okay? And to see how it's so tight. The reason that that's busted up right there is because of the back kick busted it open like that. And so when it after it hit coming from in here and it hit through, that's what busted that up. It didn't come through here and bust that like that. That's not how that happened. Okay? Look at this work. You guys, this is the Idaho State Police. This is a murder, unsolved homicide right now, where they were trying to railroad a fucking chiropractor. And I only came across it because they said the name Thompson. Gary motherfucking Thompson. Gary Thompson. This is his. He was basically like one of the leads. This is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. I'm coming for that ass, Bill. Bill, aisle 7. It's a complete shit show over here. No gloves. I don't even know what this shit is. How are you going to show this in the courtroom? This is State's Exhibit 16. What is this guy doing right here? Well, he's holding a rod with no gloves in a window while somebody else is taking a picture. This is the discovery. It gets better. It gets better. Now, Lana, you can't be fucking for real. Well, girl, I'm for real. Okay, check it out. Ready? Oh, there you go. There's another one. No, he's got a nice little goatee going on. Look at that. Looks like he's got some blood on him right there. Curious to know if he's been touching a body. You guys, this is what they determined was an inside, or was somebody right here at close range shot through this and killed the doctor. I'm dead as fuck. Okay. Well, why did you have to move this little thing over here? Did it wreck your trajectory? Did it ruin your line? Why'd you move something that was there to do all of this? Like, you got to be joking me, right? Ah, look at this. Where's the stool? Where's the stool? Oh, God, where's the stool? Where's the stool? We didn't take that into evidence. We didn't even measure it. Oh, shut the fuck up, Lana. Jennifer Coffendoffer, I will pay you $1,000 to come on my show and for you to tell me what a complete jackass I am. This is Idaho State Police. We're here. We're here to investigate. What the fuck is this? Idaho State Police Department, let us in. We're here to investigate. Lana, are you for real? Oh, yeah, I'm for real. Look at that measurement. This is Crime Talk with Lana. She was asking what an inch was. Well, what is this? What is this? This is the Idaho State Police Department. Let us in. We're here to investigate. What are y'all doing? What is this? Using like a tape measure. Well, she's onto something. She must be working for them. She knows how they work. Man, what is this? Well, it's just a tape measure, and an inch is an inch. I mean, it's an inch. It's an inch. Whatever. It's an inch. Well, you should not have a job. Bill Thompson, I know why you want to seal every hearing moving forward. Oh, shit. You think this is a problem? I think this is problematic. Because the same people that did this with this case, that's your Idaho4. Woo, come on down, Gary Thompson. Come on down, Leslie Lehman. Come on down, Schnell. Let's see what else we got. Lana, you got more? Fuck yeah, I got more. Then he puts on gloves. You cannot be for real. Oh, I'm for real. Oh, there you go. Like, wait, what? What the fuck is this? You guys, I don't even know what to think. Now, wait for it. Ready? You're like, Lana, just stop being so funny. Okay, now he puts gloves on because he's like, oh man, I didn't have my gloves on, man. That's just too much time for me to go get my gloves. Hold on. Now, okay. Now wait for this. Wait, where is she? I'll come back to that. Hold on. let me get my girl, Sweet Sue, back up on here. Here we go. Okay, Sue, let's hear that one more time.
Drone footage and things of that nature, right? I mean, I don't understand where they're going with that, but obviously they're probably going to want their own experts to refute or do whatever with whatever the state is producing with the FBI. So, I mean, what do you think is like happening here as far as the defense perspective goes? I mean, they're going to go in there and take their own measurements. I mean, measurements are measurements. I mean, you know, I'm thinking of a measuring tape, you know, like a measuring tape's an inch is an inch.
I mean, they could conceivably, they could have their own expert do a video walkthrough and say, you know, based on the sounds, and they probably did a timeline based on the affidavits and everything else that's come out in court of all the sounds that you just said were heard here and there. And they could.
Is producing with the FBI. This is being given access to prepare their case. They're doing their own measurements and getting some drone footage and things of that nature, right? I mean, I don't understand where they're going with that, but obviously they're probably going to want their own experts to refute or do whatever with whatever the state is producing with the FBI. So, I mean, what do you think is like happening here as far as the defense perspective goes? I mean, they're going to go in there and take their own measurements. I mean, measurements are measurements. I mean, you know, I'm thinking of a measuring tape, you know, like a measuring tape's an inch is an inch.
I mean, they could conceivably, they could have their own expert do a video walkthrough and say,
You guys, an inch is an inch. Hold on. Let me show you guys an inch is an inch. Wait for it. Right there. Now that is the pie. That is the pie right there. That is just, take that to the bank right there. An inch is an inch. I have no idea who this broad is, okay? But she needs to be fired, okay? And this guy that's ex-FBI that is agreeing with him is really who needs to never have a job. Now, let me explain to you why an inch matters, okay? Since the FBI is not going to, ex-FBI guy is not going to explain why an inch matters, well, let me talk about how you take photographs. If this was handed to you in a discovery, you're going to be like, wait a second, what's going on here? Where does this even start? Is this off from the stool? Where is the stool? The stool is part of the crime scene. You're going to back it all the way up so we get a full picture of it. Then you're going to get a little closer, and then you're going to get a little closer. We have no idea where this tape measure that she speaks of starts, you know, or ends. And we have no idea what it's there to prove or disprove because it does not serve a purpose. So I think who's actually way worse is the girl's pretty, there to get paid, ask some questions. Here, give me my script, okay? And I'll ask this guy these questions. So firing her, I think I was wrong to say that because she's just being handed this shit unless she's going off lib, which then, God, she needs to stop. But the person that should never be on another show again should be the ex-FBI guy who's saying, well, no, that it matters. And you should see what kind of discoveries that we give out. That's why it matters. We give discoveries out that we don't even know what we're taking pictures of. You said it, not me. So please come back. Please come back later. Because I have a lot more pictures where this comes from. And this goes into, wait, what is Bill Thompson such in a twist about? What can't come out? I think everything can't come out. Okay, guys? It has nothing to do with a 9-volt battery. I wish that it did. So, oh my God, I just love this day so much. Yep, I mean, I love every day. What else did I want to show you guys before I left? This is what matters, though. They did not take the stool into evidence, okay? We have no idea where this starts and where this stops. We have no idea if this is off the ground, on the ground. We don't know anything. And you guys, why this matters is this is the Idaho State Police. This is how they do investigations. This is how they run investigations. This is who was involved in the Idaho4. This is a murder from 2020 that the Idaho State Police refused to change their concept that this gunshot, they're trying to frame and railroad a chiropractor. Okay. Another like upstanding citizen who has no priors, just like Brian Kohlberger, to be completely honest, no speed. And their reasoning is because the wife called 911 and said, my husband said that I was on the phone with him and oh my God, he said I've been hit. I think I was shot through the window. Wait, that came from who? He was on the phone with his wife at the time of this? Yeah, that's where this whole thing came from. So wait, it's hearsay. You know it's 2020, people kill spouses all the time. Maybe they don't pull the trigger, okay? But they sure do pay for things, and they could have another person in their life that wants to maybe fuck them, whatever. But at the end of the day, wait, you put all of your eggs in one basket because the wife's 911 call said, I was on the phone with him, and he said he got hit and he was shot through the window. Well, it would just take literally 2 seconds to see, this shot didn't come through the window. This was a stage. This was staged, right? And so then my next, 101 detective question would be, wait a second. How does the wife even know that the window was shot out and that it was a staging? You guys understand that right there? Wait a second. He wasn't shot through the window because the shot actually came from inside out, which is actually not even the kill shot then, because the bullet that is in this man is lodged still in this man, right? So that can't even be. That shot was from inside and it made it through that window. And if Brian Drake was standing in front of the window, excuse me? What are you talking about? I'm saying that this shot right here, they're saying came from outside the window, and that somebody decided to just walk up to the window one day at 7:26 and shoot him through this closed blind window because he was stealing people's patience. Excuse me? That's the truth. Wait, that's the truth? That's what law enforcement says. And I mean, I have no reason not to believe them. But where did they get this theory? Where did they get this narrative from? The wife who just collected $1 million life insurance policy check. What? 3 weeks ago? After the murder? Yeah. Excuse me? Wait, what are you talking about? Oh yeah, this right here, this shot that they say the wife was on the 911 call saying, oh my God, I was on the phone with my husband and he said that something hit him. He said that he was like shot through the window. Wait, but this shot right here, it came from inside. Inside. It didn't come from outside. This shot right here, the only shot, it came from inside, where your actually husband would have been standing right in front of the person that didn't hit him with it, because the bullet then goes through the window, not into him. Because the one that's lodged in him, there's one that's actually in him. It wasn't an entry-exit wound. It's just an entry wound. Excuse me? Yeah. And then I have all this phone data that I did all this research on, like me, myself, and I, that I believe if I could just get an expert, please come find me. I have all this cell right data to prove that Brian Drake's phone after he was dead was moving all over the place, and that somebody was in his phone looking at text messages because they were read at 8:16 and 8:17 after he was dead at 7:26. Lana, you can't get anybody to help you out? This is Idaho State Police. This is who processed your scene for the Idaho4. This is who processed the scene for the Idaho4. This is who said, oh, we found a van, partial print, guys. Footprint down there, we found it. How did you guys do this? Was this your guys' methodology right here? Is this how you did it? Do you guys know that they didn't even dust for prints until the 17th? Wait, what? Yeah, this was this murder here on the 12th of the month. They thought, okay, maybe we should dust for prints on the 17th, March 17th. Excuse me? Well, yeah. What lawyer wouldn't love to take this on and defend somebody? Because the widow is no joke. Oh, God. She filed a wrongful death suit against the good doctor, against the guy who shot her husband through this window, and the narrative that she put out there, the police went with. And now she just filed, it's all out there. It's in some damn, what is it called? Oh, the docket. She's now asking for punitive damages. What? Shut up, Lana. Yeah, the wife, the widow who got $1 million in 3 weeks. She just filed for punitive damages because of this doctor killing her husband by standing outside of this window that she told the police that that's how it happened because she was on the phone with him. You're shitting me. No, I'm not. And she plans on calling these people to the stand to corroborate this version of events. You're shitting me. Yeah, like this July. There's like a huge, it's like the Johnny Depp case, like a huge civil case, but it's kind of like a criminal case too. And she's calling who? Yeah, these investigators to call and say how this was a shot outside. And I said, well, who could possibly testify to that? Because that's just not what happened. You know, who would ever want to put their career on the line? Look at that. Where do you think that shot happened? Lana, you're not serious. You guys, I'm as serious as a cucumber. Cucumbers are serious. They're seriously good. These are the same people that did the Idaho4 case? Yeah. None of that glass there, that window, it wasn't preserved. The stool wasn't preserved. The knee brace of the good doctor that was shot, who was like, that wasn't preserved. They didn't do, there's no DNA testing on anything. And I think he stuffed his pants with a sock that was shown at the autopsies. And I believe that Thompson was there, just like he was at the Idaho4 autopsies. But ironically enough, the stuffing of the sock didn't make it in evidence. But yet there's pictures of it. They just didn't take it. Are you insane right now? What do you mean they didn't take the stuffing of the sock? I don't even know what to think about this anymore. They have pictures from an autopsy with a sock from the victim in his boxers. Yeah, people I don't know, stuff their pants or something. I don't fucking know. But anyways, all I do know is that there's pictures of this, but that there's no sock in evidence then after that point. So wait, you're telling me that whoever there, they destroyed the sock? Yeah, and I think there could be DNA on that because what if a woman stuffed it? What if a woman that he was cheating with as a joke stuffed his, to be funny? What if there's DNA on that sock that did his laundry and it wasn't his wife's DNA? Wait, I'm so confused here. You're telling me that this man's autopsy has photographs, yes, with officers there who took the photographs. Yeah, the female officer took the photographs. And there was a photograph of a sock in his boxers or briefs? Yes. But that when they logged everything into evidence, the sock disappeared. What? Wow. Okay. You guys have a great day. See you soon.